Hello and welcome. This is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
It's the house!
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Huh. Let me go check to see why the dogs are all sitting there, but now they're gone. I gotta go check. Even Blue's moved. Hold on. Cheryl Bullock. All right. Yeah, they were actually outside. Because I leave the door open a little bit, and I left it open for them to go out. And they all went out together in a pack. Even Blue. Look at that, huh? So he's moving around, you know. He's still moving around and stuff. He's eating a couple of things. You can give dogs salmon if you cook it. Not raw. They can't eat raw salmon. Anyways, there you go. Yeah, he was moving around. They all came running in together. Not running. He kind of goes kind of slow, but there he is. He's still hanging out. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden. Yeah, today we're doing a case that we'll start off. There's this case doesn't have a lot of information. Then we'll get right into the Delphi stuff. I don't know right into it because I went out and found all the scanner audio associated with this case. Yeah, so anyways, thanks, Aaron Maiden. She's trying for an early show wave here. See, he's moving around a little bit, right? But then he just goes... He just gets into that position right there. Yeah. I don't know. He doesn't seem ready to go or anything yet. Still eats, you know, still enjoys being pet, stuff like that. Alright. Hey, you guys, don't leave Amber Maiden hanging. She always does this thing where she puts out a super chat with the wave on it, and it just you guys let her down every single time. It's amazing. Okay, I'll eat cake. There we go. Alright. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy one here. Well, we don't know how crazy it is, but it's like an 84-year-old and 86 and 85-year-old. So Billy Don English is 86. I don't even know what he looks like. And Trudie English, or it's actually Sethiena Trudie English. So Billy Don English, 86, and Sethiena Trudie English, 85. They were found killed in, near Texarkana, but really Dalby Springs, Texas. And Dalby Springs, Texas is right there. This little tiny, it's not even really, they're out in the middle of nowhere, basically. And then there's this road right here, 4315, that takes you, and there's a church, actually a county line holiness church. So probably that road's the county line or something. And then this is the property here. Apparently it's like a farming, they might own a whole huge lot over here. We don't know. Could just be this massive plot right there on the road, or they could even own more over there, etc. Thanks, Laura C. and Bama Girl. Joining in on Amber's Wave. Amber's Waves of Grain. Yeah. Hey, by the way, I came up with a good quote today. There's a... Laken Riley case is over now. He's already been sentenced and everything. So I'll have that second show later. I've got it whittled down to about an hour and 40-something minutes, so we can watch all of the proceedings from today in a short form. But you know how I've always said for years and years and years that there's no such thing as closure in cases, People always said, oh, it's great to get closure. And the judge made me think again, because he said the same thing. There's no such thing. And I've always said, it's like a chapter in your life. But here's something I wrote down. I think it's perfect for this. I said, I wrote it down. There is no closure, only the finishing of a chapter in the infinite book of tragedy. See, I think that's exactly... That's it right there. You just finished a chapter in the infinite book of tragedy. Because the tragedy never goes away. You could put something in there that it's sort of a diminishing feeling of tragedy over the years, but it never goes away, right? But I like that, my quote. It's, there is no closure, only the finishing of a chapter in the infinite book of tragedy. There you go. I think that's a good one. It makes sense. I'm going to have to have that in my list. Yeah, it just never ends. You just turn a chapter, move on to the next one, next one. Then eventually, it gets to a point where it's just, you're still in the same book. The tragedy's still there, but you can bear it way better, months and months later, usually. Yeah, it was horrendous. I watched all of the, or most of the impact statements and so forth, but we'll watch all that later. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Tina G. All right, let's take a look at this one here. So this show today is about the Billy Don English and Sethiena Trudie English, 86 and 85-year-old, respectively, who were killed, apparently with some sort of like a knife. And I went out and got the scanner audio, if you can believe that. So we can go take a look at that after we read this to see what we can find. Oh, that was the daughter. I'm just looking these people up. Let me get to the article here. Here it is. Yeah, so it says, elderly Bowie County couple found dead in their home. An elderly couple found dead in their home Sunday appear to be the victims of a homicide, according to the Bowie County Sheriff's Office. We don't have all the information yet, but all indications show it was a homicide, Sheriff Jeff Neal said Monday. Billy Don English, 86, and Sethiena Trudie English, 85, were found dead in their home Sunday. Bowie County Sheriff deputies were dispatched at 11:19, that helped me out there, Sunday to the 800 block of County Road 4316 in the Dalby Springs community for 2 suspicious deaths, Neal said. The way the bodies were found indicated that their deaths were not natural, and investigators, along with Texarkana, Texas Police Department Crime Scene Unit, were called to the scene. And I heard some of the dispatchers talking about that, talking about bringing in the crime, I think they said CID. Neal declined to comment. Let's see. Yeah, they processed the home. Neal declined to comment on who found the bodies. We have to be very careful on what we say right now, he said. See, I have a feeling it's somebody that knows the family. And, it's just sort of out in the middle of nowhere. It might not, However, on the dispatch audio, I heard them say that a bloody knife was found in the kitchen, if you can believe that. On the freaking dispatch audio, it says that a bloody knife was found in the kitchen. Now, that sounds like somebody who, while they were there, got angry at something, used a knife from the house, and then left it in the kitchen. Not somebody, if you brought a knife there, you'd keep it with you, right? But I mean, why would you leave a bloody knife also? It's just weird stuff. Maybe they had gloves on, I don't know. Anyone's information about these deaths should call BCSO Captain David Bigar at 903-798-3150. It says Judge Susie Spelling ordered both victims to be sent to the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science for autopsies. Dalby Springs is located off U.S. Highway 259, 12 miles south of DeKalb and 60 miles southwest of New Boston in southwestern Bowie County. Hey, thanks, Charlotte Denny. All right. I always like doing some of these, because it's like, this is old school. This is what we used to always do all the time. But as you can tell, a lot of people aren't really interested in. I think there's some of these other cases are really interesting out there. There's not a lot of info on this one. An elderly couple was found dead in their Bowie County home on Sunday, and authorities said a murder investigation has been launched. Hey, thanks, Cindy. New case. Interesting. And then Free Radical said, I thought of you, Gray, when Judge mentioned closure. The victim's statements were powerful and just gutted me. She was a truly beautiful soul, and all because that, it was sick. So later on, I'll be playing it on my, we do that show later in the evening where we're recapping the trial. And thanks, Free Radical. Appreciate it. Yeah, so this one's basically the same as the last one. Let's see what this one says. Apparently he was into farming. Zozo found something that was like he gets subsidies every year. He's one of the highest subsidy. That means the government gives him money to sort of help out, so he makes, he had like 1.7 million over the years. It's not like he got a huge chunk at one time. I mean, since 1995, I think it was like 1.7 million, which seems like a lot, but when you spread it out over those years, some years were 0, some were 100,000, some 250. Yeah. On 11/17/2024, Bowie County deputies were dispatched to the 800 block of County Road 4316. When deputies arrived, they found Billy Don English, 86 years of age, and Sethiena Trudie English, 85 years of age, deceased in their home. According to authorities, the way they were found indicated their deaths were not natural. Bowie County investigators continue to gather information while TTPD crime scene analysts Mark Sullivan and Spencer Price process the home. Judge Susie Spelling ordered that both victims be sent to the Southwest Institute for Forensic Science for updates. I mean, yeah, I mean, autopsies. I mean, this is out in the middle of nowhere, you guys. I mean, just look at that. I mean, there isn't really even a big city anywhere near there. I mean, I guess this is Dallas is way over here, but I mean, we're looking at. And then he has. It appears that the kids of them, or at least one of them, one of the parents. I don't know. If they got married later, and that's where Sethiena came from, or they've been married. But the kids lived pretty close to there. And one of them, one of the family members lives right there. Like literally, let's see, not even. That's not like 2 miles away. And then another one just lived right up the road here, which is probably, maybe 15 miles, I guess. It would look like. Let's see. If I just drew that to there, that's, it's probably 15 driving. Hey, thanks, Tina G. I have worked for the prison system for 32 years, so discussing criminal cases is so interesting to me. Oh, cool. What'd you do in the prison system? Free Radical said, and thanks to everyone here, as Gray helped me stay sane during the nutcase poor Richard Allen is innocent insanity during the case and after the verdict. Thank you, jury. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, jury. Yeah, I was just saying, this is where the one of his kids live in that house right there, or at least somebody, on one of his relatives. I think grandkids actually. No, maybe they were the kids. Now I don't remember. Let me open up. I do have that. Yeah, I think these are the kids that live in these homes. At least they're like the right age, like 55, and then they're 86, and then there's another set of people that are like 25, 30, like that. Those are the grandchildren, I guess. Maybe even younger than that. 20. All right. So let's listen to this audio I found. So this is the 11:13. So remember they said 11:19. All right, let's start using that. Hold on, let me get my music back here. Ominous. Hold on. Wow. Come on. There we go. Just putting it in there.
Mobile. It's going to be a white Grand Caravan and a white Kia that occurred in the roadway. Both parties are on scene. They're currently in the parking lot of T-Mobile.
I think it's in here somewhere. Look it right around.
General.
268-10-4. It's going to be a navy blue Chevy and a blue Honda with airbags deployed. They're still currently in the roadway, completely blocking southbound lanes on Richmond. $135-1120. 66, I'll head up that way. 135, you can 22. 20, please, your radio is breaking up.
We're with the 200 block, West Avenue A.
The airbags did deploy. They're completely blocking southbound lanes on Richmond again. Texas Clint 3 and Engine 9 in New Zealand to a major vehicle accident.
Be on scene. This will be Richmond Command getting up to investigate.
Hold on.
Central Clint 3 is going to be on scene. This will be Richmond Command getting up to investigate. Richmond Command, Engine 9, you return to service. Go ahead, Paul.
You're going to assist last note at 841 County Road 4316.
That's it.
The RP is advising there are 2 individuals that are possibly not breathing and one is covered in blood.
So that's a mention right there. Do you guys hear that?
You're going to assist last note at 841 County Road 4316. The RP is advising there are 2 individuals that are possibly not breathing and one is covered in blood.
I got that one.
Dirt back approximately 30 miles per hour. Patient has contusions to the chest and abdomen.
Something
he feels short of breath, just due to unable to move his diaphragm very well. Vital signs are pulse of 86, respirations blood pressure 115 over 64, respirations 28, pulse oximetry 100 on room air. Patient has no other complaints, although he does have a small abrasion.
Yeah, I mean, everybody always thinks, it could be some violent illegal aliens that came in because Texas is one of the border states, but no information on that yet. I mean, it's interesting that the killer left the knife in the house.
Lip. Family is requesting St. Bernard's. Contact number Charlie 209279.
10-4, also just advising we're holding a disturbance in progress, 105 East 7th Street.
Did you have a phone number for that RP, or did you call 911?
911, but I do have a phone number for him if you need it.
I think the RP is like responding patrol officer. I don't know. What does RP stand for? Responding person, or?
Could you call and see if he has a preference on a breaker? That way we can go ahead and get one started. I'm southbound passing 237 now.
I believe this is going to be in reference to some stolen items.
Well, it's in the county, Bowie County. That's what this is. This is the Bowie County Sheriff Dispatch.
I believe this is going to be in reference to some stolen items at this location. It's going to be verbal only at this time. The RP just wants them to leave the property. Five.
Can you contact Chapelwood? We're going to release to them and have them en route, please.
This is that Hooks call. I just got a phone call from the owner of the house. People that are on the property trying to get stuff out of the house are not the former residents. They're just...
I don't know what that's about. That'd be weird if there was somebody trying to get stuff out of the house where 2 people were murdered. I don't think that's what that is.
On the ground behind his door, SAC is normally ANO ×4. This morning is ANO ×1 to self only. He does have pain to the back of the head, but there is no...
That's something else.
Here we go, buddy.
I hear them.
Between exit 6 and 7, halfway between exit 6 and 7, that's where the phone is ringing. Texas.
Richmond Road Command Central, can you check on EMS? We just had an ambulance drive by us and not even stop.
At 10-4 Central, it's a major. I need them over here. I've got one injury for sure.
the Doddridge exit. He's going to be off the road. We just checked out the subject. He's going to be just south of the 6-mile marker.
Welcome, Jet Wilson.
366. 10-4. It's off the side of the road in a tree. And it's going to be just south of the 6th exit. Hyundai Sonata, blue in color.
Can you repeat it one more time, please?
Robert X-Ray Victor 4778 on a blue Hyundai Sonata.
See, there was one interesting thing that they said when I was listening, was that they found there was a vehicle that had the fake plates on it. Like they were on the wrong car. So I thought that was interesting. I don't know where that was, but it was kind of interesting because that could be, maybe somebody changed their plates and put them on put other plates on their car to do what they were doing. I heard that in one of these dispatch audios earlier.
Yeah, trespass. The Budget Inn Motel, 4501 South Lake Drive. It's going to be room 15. There's a female guest, unknown description, that won't leave. RP did advise they don't want her banned, they just want her removed. Red River, 1019. See that public service, I'll take care of that here in a bit.
Central Show Me 10-8 Special Assignment 42.
.202. Pulling a 50 on the East 24th and 1043 10.
I was just checking on my brother. He got that where Sandy Shirley was talking about that cyclone that was up in Washington, right in the same town that he lives in. He's okay. It was just really windy, knocked out power, stuff like that. All right. Anyways, let's get this one out of here. Let's see. Was this?
East 24th and.
All right. Get rid of that one. That was the 13th, and I got it 11:42 a.m. Hey, thanks, Jet Wilson. Appreciate it. Thanks for covering this case. I live an hour and a half away. Wow. Maybe you can be the boots on the ground. Get over there. Here, I'm going to just put it on these bigger ones here.
147.
Central Show Me 10-8 Special Assignment 42. Rescue 7 Mile Lane, 5 for I order.
For RP's advising that her grandson just moved here and he's on scene causing issues. His name is David Martin, a 25-year-old. The RP is yelling at him that he's trying to the subject is trying to take her phone.
Yeah, I think it's
67 received. Wearing no shirt and some pants. He advised that the son pushed her and refused life net. We're still getting when you pull in the 50 unknown at East 24th and North State Line. It's going to be a Chevy and a Nissan right next to the Speed X. The RP was a passerby, but it looked like there was no injuries or no airbags. So County Road 4316. Be advised, the RP went into the house and advised he found a...
So RP is the person who went into the house, the responding person or person who called police, whatever. So in this case, this is the person who went into the house here. Ah, shit. Hold on. I just hate this stupid thing comes on here. You click in the wrong spot, it shows up, and then you're screwed. Alright, let's play it.
County Road 4316. Be advised, the RP went into the house and advised he found a knife with blood on it in the kitchen. I believe everybody is out of the house and away.
Yeah, so who's that guy?
County Road 4316. Be advised, the RP went into the house and advised he found a knife with blood on it in the kitchen. I believe everybody is out of the house and away from the house at this time.
Simple. Can you go ahead and notify CID?
Yeah, crime scene investigator department maybe? Or division?
Stand by.
Crime investigation.
Go ahead and let me know who on call is, hopefully.
Isn't that crazy?
Want us to upgrade this to a stabbing?
Oh, she said stabbing.
Negative, just let me know who CID on call is so I can call.
What did she say? Hold on.
Stabbing?
Stabbing.
Negative, just let me know who CID on call is so I can call.
Was there a unit with traffic you didn't come across?
2-2 Central. Show me on this 1050 as well.
10-321, what's the point?
We don't know, Zozo. Didn't say that.
Pulling up.
And for full round to the back.
I mean, maybe it was a family member that went inside the house, but we don't know if he had to kick the door in or what.
On-call CID is going to be bigger.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think this person, like I was saying, the fact that I said at the beginning of the show that there was a knife found in the kitchen makes it seem like the person knew them or something. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's weird. It just has that feel to it. Like, why would you leave it there if you brought it in with you? Could have been a weapon of opportunity as well. Like, you go into the house, something happened while you're in there, and you grabbed a knife, and out of rage, you killed both of them. But you leave the knife there because it wasn't your knife. But then it would be silly to leave a knife there if you didn't wear gloves. So you would assume that the person, if they wore gloves and they felt confident enough to leave the knife there just using a weapon in the house, then they maybe aren't somebody. I mean, they went there to kill them if they were wearing gloves on. And perhaps at that point you might guess that they didn't know him. You know, it's like there's a whole bunch of different ways to look at it. You know,
Going to be blocking some of the road. There's a bunch of family on 4316 trying to get up here. I told them just to hold them off until we secure the...
Yeah, but we're just hearing what the dispatchers are saying, Zozo. We don't know if they said that or not to the officer that was there. We're just listening to the dispatcher. They don't give you everything.
LifeNet and Fire are going to be blocking some of the road. There's a bunch of family on 4316 trying to get up here. I told them just to hold them off until we secure the scene.
Yeah, 10-4. Go ahead and, I guess, get some scene tape going up somewhere out there so we keep everybody out.
Yeah, talking about getting crime scene tape he's talking about in this one.
I guess get some scene tape going up
Scene tape.
somewhere out there so we keep everybody off the property.
Terrible.
45-319. This road here also loops back around to 4315. 15 down past you.
Oh, there you go. You go like that. You can go loop around. That's what he's talking
Terrible.
about.
310.
310, go ahead.
Need you to run fulls on a white female. Paul, Ocean, Sam, Tom, Lincoln, Edward, Tom, Henry, William, Adam, Ida, Tom, first name Hannah, date of birth will be 9/11. Yeah, hey, can you go to mobile? First lane?
I'm just skipping around in time.
Yeah, as long as they stay in the right lane, they'll be okay, because we're trying to get this car picked up right now.
Okay, I just couldn't see to make sure.
Yeah, far right lane is the one that's available. Just keep them over there.
4.
ED misdemeanor for no DL. She's also shown to have a felony out of...
Be advised that the name we have on our in-house, her last...
Well, we only got one new member tonight, you guys. But we only have 269 people watching because, yet again, not covering the really big and
in-house, her last name is spelled Postlewaip, and possibly on the 99 it's going to have a TH on it. We'll pull it and see which one it is.
So if you're just getting here, what we're listening to is we're going through the scanner audio. I found those 2 or 3 spots already, but now we're going to be getting into stuff I haven't listened to yet coming up next. And this is a elderly couple in Texas. I guess the Dalby Springs is the location area right here on this huge piece of property. 86 and 85-year-old. Apparently they were killed with a knife, and then there was a knife found in the kitchen. That's what we know so far, is that a bloody knife was found in the kitchen. And there's rumors that, on social media, they were shot and stabbed, but I haven't heard anything about that from any official source of any kind. Let's see if that one.
Adam Paul Sam 10 Union. Adam Paul Sam 10 Union to 10 Nissan Road.
263 on 10-4, and you pull in the 50 minor at 4300 St. Michael Drive. That's on the border. It's going to be...
Running on some hand on a Hannah Elizabeth Postlewaip. She's going to be a white female, 5 foot, date of birth 9/11 of 2003. Last 4 of the DL 0199. First one's going to be an instancer for no driver's license. Had a TTPD. Total amount due is $331. There's no original listed. Be advised, on the TTPD warrant, her name is spelled without the TH. Her last one's going to be a felony for...
7, I'm 10-4, and you pull in the animal call at 1010 Dan Haskins Way at the high rise. RP advised that there was a possibly 10-7 dog on the steps inside the building at the Robinson Terrace on the 4th floor. I've called to make contact with RP to advise that PD does not respond for...
Good. Your subject's going to be clear. He's got an eligible Class C trial at Texas that expires in 2030. Also just advising, your female subject did have different spelling on the warrants, but...
803, King Falcon already. We're 23 on Hill County. Okay, Rick Bell, 740 left.
Alright, so that was 11:42 till 12:11, and now this is 12:12. I probably can skip. Let me see that bigger one there.
253. Also just advising I'm holding a 50 minor at 2317 Richmond Road at the Wells Fargo Bank.
You can go ahead and notify LifeNet to stand down. We're not going to need them here.
10-4.
1 out of Rector, Arkansas. We are on scene with a 69-year-old female. Chief complaints can be a fall from standing. Vital signs are as follows: 131 over 74, pulse 96, respiratory rate of 20, 96% on room air, on 2 liters, GCS of 15.
Welcome, Las Vegas girl. And we're currently about 50% of a nightly goal because of all the generosity by the freaks out there. But if you want to help support the channel and get us all the way there, that'd be awesome.
Trauma band's going to be Charlie 448-265. Charlie 448-265. Would St. Bernard's be appropriate?
Huh, what does that say?
10-4, they don't have any general surgery right now, but they do have ortho on today. We can make that our recommendation.
448-265. Would St. Bernard's be appropriate?
I don't know what that means.
10-4, they don't have any general surgery right now, but they do have ortho on today. We can make that our recommendation.
10-4, show us transfer in there.
Just advising, 263 has 99s out at 4300 St. Michael's Drive on the border. No one's out there currently with her.
I'll be in route.
252 received.
267, I believe I covered somebody's traffic. Was somebody en route with her? I can be.
52 checked in route.
I haven't heard any more.
310, I got Arkansas 28. Give me the first.
You said scent hounds would be appropriate? Is that what he said? I didn't hear that.
Adam Charles X-ray 34 Ida. Adam Charles X-ray 34 Ida.
7 Chevy pickup to Nicholas Lemons out of Nashville.
Trauma band's going to be Charlie 448-265. Charlie 448-265. Would St. Bernard's be appropriate?
I didn't hear that.
10-4, they don't have any general surgery right now, but they do have 7 Chevy pickup to Nicholas Lemons out of Nashville.
Away. White male, last name Lemons, first name Nicholas, Nora Ida, Charles King, Ocean.
Warrant check on Nicholas Lemons is going to be clear. Has a Class D out of Arkansas, valid, expires in 2026.
10-4, is there an active protection order?
Is out of Howard County. Shows just to be a temp order at this time.
County, I'm sorry.
Going to be a temporary protection order at this time.
We've gone over it many times, Stephen. Like a lot.
I did advise information. I'm not confirming on that warrant.
The town is called oh yeah, Dalby Springs over here. It's kind of like northeast of Dallas, and it's in the middle of nowhere, really. It's kind of near Texarkana, sort of, you know, like 50 miles or so.
And we read back that 28 I ran.
Oh, X-ray 34 Ida. It's 967967.
Service officer back to this.
Receive all units back in service at 1237.
Yeah, so they might be on like a private line now or something. Let me just try a couple more of these.
I'm 10-4 and you pull in the miscellaneous at 3005 Mall Drive at Tacos for Life. RP advised you went inside the door to attempt to order food and did not know they were closed. And
Did not know they were closed.
Due to a walk-in here in the building, it's going to be in reference to a theft that already occurred. The RP advisor 60-day tags were taken. She advised that she's not sure if they were either taken at her home, which is at 2512 Magnolia Street. Can I get you to a suspicious at the Burger King off of St. Michael's Drive? RP advisor we're holding an abandoned vehicle at Texas Highway 8 North in 10-4. It's going to be in the rest area on Highway 8 before State Line. 49. Just advising we're holding an abandoned vehicle at Texas Highway 8 North and County Road 2101.
Damn.
Yeah, on Highway 8 before State Line. It's going to be a small white Honda. Can I get you to a disturbance in progress at 333 Links Drive? It's going to be building 34. The suspect is leaving in a gray car with an unknown Honda CRV. The female arrived in 10-4. It's going to be a gray car, possibly a Honda CRV with license plate Adam Tom David 1 David.
I guess I can try one more. I mean, I've got it all the way up to like 5 o'clock, but I don't know. We haven't heard anything associated with it for a while.
310.
But hey, guys, you guys started off so well, and now we're just dead as a doornail. We got to get to the goal on this show too. So if you have the ability to, that'd be great.
310.
To help support the Gray Hughes Investigates YouTube channel, we're only got 11 days left of the month.
Just advising, in reference to your public service at 110 Spring Ridge, it got changed to a suspicious, and your RP is calling back requesting a 1017 in reference to a white male wearing a tank top, an LE football jersey, and red pants. 263, the RP is advised that their daughter lives in Red Lakens, possibly off of 2148. Be headed to the address. It's 3 Amy Lane.
Hey, can you keep the English subjects close to the front? Adam keeps trying to come back this way and get out the back of the property. Go ahead.
To a hang-up call at 1024 South Robinson Road at the Truman Arnold Company. It's going to be static on initial, busy on callback.
6 Rob. He could can 48 hours till he's out here and he's going to take care of it.
Simple.
178 840 Rock.
178.
Alright. Good. Maybe I'll try another. Yeah, because now we're already at like 1 o'clock. You know, it's happened at 11 something. There might be something else, but don't know.
$207.
Show me out on a 1046 at Laurel and East 12th, please. The tag's going to be Arkansas. Adam, Cooper, Adam. 53 Georgia.
No, Nora Charles, Nora 1911 is going to be clear. It returns on a red 2019 Ram pickup to a Kim car out of Sims, Texas.
The white male, last name is Gerald, George, Edward, Robert, Adam, Lincoln, David, Sam. First name David, date of birth 8/26/2005. No positives.
Yeah, we know, Cindy. We know.
10-4.
I couldn't find positive on your subject as David Gerald's, George, Edward, Robert, Adam, Lincoln, David, Sam. I found a subject by the name of David Gerallos, George, Edward, Robert, Adam, Lincoln, Ocean, Sam, with the same date of birth. He's Victoria Street. RP advised that you heard like a machine gun going off. We also have several other callers. 608 Vernal Street called and advised that their house was hit. We called several RPs have advised hearing around 10 to 15 shots, possibly a semi-gun. No.
Okay, well, couldn't hear any extra in there at all, but got some interesting stuff. There was a vehicle driving around that had the wrong plates on it. Also, they found a knife at the scene in the kitchen that was bloody, and you know, they were blocking off the roads and everything. They got the crime scene investigation division in there. So that's it. I mean, I've got more hours, but I can tell whenever I do this kind of stuff, it just dies down like no tomorrow. It's unbelievable. So you can't ever do that on the show, or it just gets killed, just like a like when you do a press conference or something. Whew, wow. Let's see. Yeah, so this is Bowie whatever the pronunciation is, Bowie County in Texas. So hopefully we'll get some actual information coming up here. But yeah, I mean, there might already be onto somebody, you know. Yeah, well, let's see how big Bowie County is, though. Yeah, it's just right there. That's Bowie County right there. So it includes Texarkana. That's probably where all the incidents are happening. And it only includes half of it. So I guess the other one's in It's not even in the state. Because remember, Texarkana is half, I guess Arkansas, and the other half is, you can see the border coming up there. So it's all along. Actually, let me make it darker. But hey, you guys, is there any way you guys can help support the channel so we can get to the goal? And we just hit this massive wall for no particular reason at all, and we're trying to get to the goals every single night, and that would be fantastic. There is no, when we do these shows, the topics make the ad revenue non-existent, and you guys are the solely responsible, you know, like, for helping support the channel, or, you know, you guys are the only source. So when we die down, then it's like, oh shit, should I be doing something else? Or alright, let's see, let me get the outline here. Do I have to dance a jig or what? So there it is. That's the outline of Bowie County right there. Goes all along the river there. And so that's just kind of way out on the edges. I'm sure they're based over here. They probably have a few smaller little police stations out here. Yep, Cornelius, and yet it doesn't happen. Yeah, so there's the DeKalb Police Department there. There's nothing really close to here. So might have taken a while for everybody to get out there. Alright, now I'm going to go back to the update, the recap. We've been going over all the different days using Wade.com on the Delphi case. I don't have any more to, you know, anything else to offer on this one. There's virtually almost nothing. Kind of an odd looking family for sure, I'll tell you that. I will put that out there. Really strange looking some of the individuals in there. They find who did it. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we saw that part, David. So don't you guys find that weird how that today's show's gone? Like, it was so good at the beginning. It looked like, oh, here we go. And then it just went. That's the kind of stuff that makes it hard to do the shows. Because then it's like, God, I get to sit here for the next 2 hours. Alright, I don't know if we did this one or not. The second. Did we end on the first yesterday? I don't think we did this one. Didn't we end on the 1st of November yesterday? I don't think we did this one. So I guess here we go. You think so with Doug Carter speaking? Did we go over that? Okay. So it says the pool notes say Becky, Patty, and Libby German's grandmother was upset while talking to McClellan before Saturday's proceedings began. Pool notes speculated that Patty may have been angry that videos of Allen were withheld from the public while graphic crime scene... Yeah, exactly. At one point, after Saturday's break, Patty left the courtroom and appeared very upset. She was later seen whispering to her husband. All right, so we did the Carter thing yesterday. I don't remember bringing that up. Are you guys sure about that? We talked about all the videos of in prison. I don't think we did yesterday. You know, the jurors react to videos. I don't think we went over that. Yeah, I don't think we went over that. On day 14, jurors watched a series of camcorder videos showing Allen in custody at Westville Correctional Facility. The videos were not played for the courtroom at large, meaning neither reporters nor media pool notes can shed any light on their actual content. The videos were at the center of objections and sidebars during Friday's proceedings, with the state objecting to their admission. Special Judge Fran Gohl allowed the defense to show them without audio. Allen's defense team couldn't play them Friday, however, because they didn't know the exact dates. Right, that's where we ended, right? They didn't know the exact dates of each clip. Gohl said Allen's lawyer couldn't show the videos until they could find out the exact dates. The defense shelved the videos for Friday and vowed to do additional research. By Saturday, it appeared the defense had figured things out, and Gohl allowed the jury to watch the clips without audio. The prosecution objected to the showing of the rather explicit scenes, but Gohl replied, obviously, the jury has to see this. The monitor displaying the videos was turned away from the gallery so that only the jury could see it. But if you were sitting over by the door, you could see it. The prosecution had to move in order to watch. Allen did not view the clips. The defense said the videos were being played only for the jury out of respect for Allen and to show his mental deterioration while in custody. Some of the videos showed the defendant fully nude. They span from April 2023 through June 2023. Clips range from about 2 minutes to more than 50 minutes. Jurors reacted to the videos. Since court observers were unaware to watch the videos, media pool notes relied on reactions from the jury, defense lawyers, and prosecutor. As the first video played, one juror was aghast. Jurors appeared tense, but not appalled at the second video. During the third video, he was probably eating crap in the first, being dragged down the hall in the second. During the third video, one juror was seen biting her lower lip. Maybe that was her habit. Defense attorney Jennifer Auger shook her head and looked away from the screen, even though she's seen it 1,000 times. During video 4, Carroll County prosecutor Nick McClellan stood by the jury box to watch. One of the jurors sighed while the video was ending. The jury took numerous notes during the fifth video, and Poole reported noted. The Poole report noted. There was no audio from any of the videos, meaning the courtroom was relatively silent for his portion of the proceedings. The sixth video was just under 3 minutes. The seventh video spanned 26 minutes, but defense attorney Bradley Rosie sped it up. During the eighth video, the Poole reporter indicated one juror had a look of disgust while Auger looked horrified. During the ninth video, Allen's mother left the courtroom. It should be noted that his wife, Kathy Allen, wasn't present for any of this. The 10th video, was about an hour long. This one had an impact on McClellan, according to the pool notes, who appeared taken aback and was cringing at what he was seeing. Auger stood behind him, arms crossed and mouth open, staring in horror. After the jurors watched the video, the court took a break. 5 more videos were shown in court after the break. Hold on. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Alley Cake. Wow. I was as dead as a doornail in here for freaking like 40 minutes. We don't know what the video, what was on the. It's just stuff while he's in his cell, and they were never able to watch it. There were some people that got to kind of glance, but apparently it's like his treatment in the prison. And everybody's like, oh, of course, then he confessed. Right. Yeah, she's trying to start a new wave, you guys. You notice that right there? Let's see if we can get one going for Alley Cake. All right, there's Michelle H. My God. The 10th video was about an hour long. This one had an impact on McClellan, according to the pool notes, who appeared taken aback and was cringing, probably, again, eating his own crap. Most people would cringe. I would be shocked if somebody smiled and giggled when he was eating his own poop. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden, for Annie Lou. Yeah, I said what it was, Danny. I explained it on the show. Hey, thanks, Las Vegas girl. Thank you. 5 more videos were shown in court after the break with the flow interrupted. These are videos of while he was in prison for all the, those months, different times. They cherry-picked all the worst moments to play and make it seem like there was some issue he was having. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, the Ellen Greenberg has nothing to do with this case right here. I don't know if you're aware, Michelle would, but I didn't see anything about it on this, what we were reading here. But yeah, that's one I thought of looking at. I mean, I've been told to look at it. I've seen it. I know it's about and everything. I actually, on my own, I had the DJ Ficky case that was ruled, ruled that he took his own life. I got that one by making a video. Got it switched over to undetermined, and then eventually they investigated and there was a homicide. There was actually an arrest made and then completely overturned after that video. What was weird is the detective actually called me up before a family member and said, hey, we switched it over to undetermined. And then they could investigate it more thoroughly at that point. Thanks, Bama girl. I don't think they'll ever be released. I mean, I don't think anytime soon. I mean, maybe, I think once, if all of his appeals run out and everything like that, they might release something like that. But maybe not, because some of them are like psychological issues. The next 5 videos span from May 13th to June 20th, 2023. Most were relatively short with limited reactions available in the media pool notes. The 15th and final video spanned 34 minutes. One juror's eyes widened rapidly in surprise at something that stunned her. The videos were finished by 11:50 a.m. Court adjourned shortly after that, with the jury given time to visit with family and enjoy activities on Saturday afternoon and Sunday. Court will resume 9 a.m. on Monday. Additional pool notes were a few journalists were able to see some of the footage from 15 to 20 feet away because they sat by the door. It was also played on a laptop computer. Limited descriptions of the footage were available in additional media pool notes. The notations are disjointed given that reporters saw the footage on small screen from a distance away. The pool notes indicated that Allen was naked in 4 of the videos played in court Saturday. In almost every clip, his arms and hands are restrained behind his back, and at least 2 guards are accompanying him. In some videos, he is in a cell. In others, he's being walked down corridors. The final video showed him being transported to what appeared to be a different building. He was strapped into a wheelchair. The media pool notes indicated that Allen appeared subdued in the videos and did not seem to be resisting. In some videos, he had what appeared to be a cloth or black hood placed over his head. In other videos, corrections personnel carried him, and one appeared to show corrections officers dragging him. Yeah, but he's spitting on people. Yeah, it's like, this guy, who gives a crap what happens to him? Another clip showed Allen being cleaned and dried up by officers. Right. And Richard Allen created these scenarios. That he wasn't being treated like, that's not how they were treating him. He forced a situation, and that's what it looks like. You know how it went in there. He's spitting and getting angry, and then they drag him, like, hey, get out, and then they move him, and that's what they're going to play. It's kind of ludicrous. Same kind of tactic that the defense has done the whole time, trying to use smoke and mirrors. Between sessions, ISP Superintendent Doug Carter took the stand. Carter has been notably outspoken. Not sure what session this is, but spoken during the murder case and often appeared at press conferences, often on the investigation and search for the bridge guy. Carter told the court that dozens of agencies were involved in investigation, including federal resources. He was on the stand for less than 10 minutes. Kind of a boring, and we already read that part. All right, so now we can move on to Monday, the 4th. For the first time in Delphi murder trial, family members of Richard Allen were called to the witness stand. Allen is charged with multiple counts of murder after teenage girls Abby Williams and Libby German were killed on February 13th. Day 15 of testimony in the high-profile murder case began with the defense attempting to cast doubt on Allen's multiple prison confessions by having a neuropsychologist speak on Allen's mental decline while in Westville Correctional Facility. It has been well documented that Allen made upward of 60 or more confessions while confined in prison. Some of these confessions included Allen confessing to crimes other than what he stands trial for, including assaulting his family members sexually. The defense has argued Allen's confessions into the killings of Abby and Libby hold little water due to his mental distress. The prosecution contends that Allen's unstable behavior and confessions to other crimes were an act to muddy his other... That's exactly what I said. That's exactly the same wording that I said, that he was just using those confessions to muddy the waters of the... that's literally the exact same words. I always wondered if sometimes they were watching my show, because there was some exact phrasing sometimes. The prosecutor contends that Allen's unstable behavior and confessions to other crimes were an act to muddy his other confessions. Yeah. Like his wife heard him confess. She tells his attorneys, and then his attorneys set up this massive sort of cover-up operation by him confessing and multiple other times, adding some stuff that it wasn't true, and then just confessing over and over and over again, and then he wanted to muddy up the other confessions. I even used the word muddy. Alan's daughter, half-sister, speaks. On Monday, Alan's attorney called two members of Alan's family to the stand, his half-sister, Jamie Jones, and Alan's daughter, Brittany Zapanta. All right, we're currently, you guys, at 60% of the nightly goal, currently. Right, just absolutely went... both gave brief testimony, with the defense team asking an uncomfortable question that they apologized up front for having to ask. Did Richard Allen ever molest you? Both were asked. No, both answered. Would you lie for him? Both were asked. No, both answered. The jurors briefly asked Zapanta, that's his daughter, if her dad ever took her out to the trails where Abby and Libby vanished. She said yes, and recalled crossing the Monon High Bridge once or twice with her father. So he had obviously been across. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hey, thanks for the effort out there, Plato. It's just, you know. See, a key witness returns. Brad Weber returned to the witness stand as defense attorney Andrew Baldwin worked to poke holes in Weber's key testimony. Previously, Weber took the stand and told jurors that on February 13th, he left work at 2:02 p.m. and estimated to arrive at his home on North 625 West. That's the private drive underneath the Monon High Bridge. I guess we can put that up on the screen. Yeah, that's the Weber property. There's the end of the bridge. Right there. There's the private drive and the van. There's even pictures. You can see the van, you know. Like right there. That's probably the van. Now there's the van again right there. Yeah, so that was about it. That's the April 2017. Yeah, so Weber testified that he drove a white van home from work on that fateful day. This seemingly mild detail has been a key factor in the prosecution's case, as Richard Allen's prison confession included him saying he was spooked by a passing van before deciding to murder the girls. Data from Libby's phone also shows the cell phone stopped moving at around, it's 2:32, at the same spot the girls' bodies were found. Right. 2:32 and 39 seconds. Baldwin pushed back against Weber's account, however, implying that Weber's story about February 13, 2017 has been inconsistent. He stated that Weber originally told police days after the girls were found that he was driving a Subaru, not a van. Baldwin also contended that Weber spoke of stopping to fix, he talked about stopping to fix an ATM, which would make his timeline no longer add up if he didn't drive straight home. The last time Weber took the stand, he and the defense team shouted at one another, with Weber saying the defense attorneys were incorrect and that it was another day that he stopped to work on ATMs. And his phone information actually backs up what Weber was doing. On Monday, Baldwin again pressed Weber on his timeline. Baldwin asked Weber why he got so upset last time he was on the witness stand speaking to the defense attorneys. I was upset with you because you tried to tell me what I did, Weber said. Baldwin pressed on Weber, asking him how often he works on the ATMs. Baldwin stated that according to a deposition from February 17, 2017, Weber told police officers he worked on the ATMs every day. Weber said he works on the machines when they run out of money or paper. Estimated that in 2017 he had around 30 to 35 machines. The machines were located in gas stations, restaurants, taverns, Weber said. Weber stuck by his timeline, insisting that he drove home after getting off work on February 13, 2017. When asked what he did when he got home, Weber said he took a nap. Can you hear screams of someone on your property? Baldwin asked. If outside, I would, Weber answered. When asked if he heard any screams that day, Weber said no. Weber said he was woken up by police officers asking to search his property for the missing girls. He let them search the area. Baldwin asked Weber if he told FBI a different account than what he originally told police about his timeline. According to you, yes, Weber said. Yeah. I think we're in one of those modes where when I'm reading, it's just not, we're not going to make it. It's so weird, though. We started off the show so well, and it just... Yeah, it's got more in it. Mullen returns to stand. Former Delphi police chief Steve Mullen also returned once again to the witness stand on Monday. This is the second time the defense team has called Mullen to the stand. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin continued to focus on dismantling Weber's white van testimony by implying this key detail in the prosecution's case could have been told to Allen prior to his confession. How? Mullen previously told jurors how it was his understanding that Weber's account driving by the murder scene in a white van wasn't a widely known detail, meaning that when Allen included it in his confession, it could be information only the killer would know, as hinted by the... But it's weird that the defense is now saying, well, it's a true story, but he got it from, somebody typed it in online. And by the way, is there anybody here? Nobody's typing. Nobody's just engaging. It's just sort of I don't want to just read. That's all we got here to do on this stuff. Tina Humphrey said, how can Kathy Allen look at herself in the mirror after defending Richard Allen knowing what he did? I don't know how she's doing it. She knows he did it. And it's pretty obvious at this point. Let's see. Mullen previously told jurors how... Okay, and then it says, but the defense team argued otherwise by stating that Allen could have learned this information from psychologist Dr. Monica Walla, who worked with Allen during the stint in Westville Prison. Walla is a true crime fan who had been obsessively following the Delphi case, reading and posting online about... See, people are trying to insinuate that I was talking to Dr. Walla mainly... Okay, here's the thing. I think Richard Allen did it. I'm 100% certain Richard Allen is the killer, and he was actually found guilty by a jury of 12 people. All right? But back in March of this year, I heard a rumor that in his confession. So what I heard was, the rumor that I heard was what was in the one of the interviews with Dr. Walla, where he says that he saw the van. Okay, it's not that I didn't, like I didn't even know who she was. This is just something that somebody told me, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. So we came up with the wrong time. We thought he got home at like 3 or something, and maybe he drove by or got off at 3, and drove by at 3:30, and that would sort of make sense. That's it. And it's just so bizarre, these people, that somehow I had never even heard of a van. I've heard of the minivan Traveler's brown van that was apparently laying on its side underneath the bridge. But other than that, I hadn't heard of the van at all. But that's what they're trying to imply, that they were watching YouTube channels and they were talking about the vans. So she could have said something about a van to Richard Allen at one point, and then he comes in and throws that into a story. I mean, it's just ludicrous, really. It's... All right, I'll try again. I'll try one more time on here. All right, you guys, my channel relies on the generosity of all the freaks watching the show. If you are out there and you have the ability to help support this channel with super chats, or however you want to do it, I would appreciate it. This channel's given away $221 or $2,000, $222 maybe, since January of 2020, out of the income. I get that, and I'm able to do that because of the super chats and my ad revenue, etc. And I put it out there. And so I'm asking for you guys on nightly basis to try to help support this channel, because that's the only way we're able to do all those amazing things that we've been doing. There isn't any other YouTube channel out there that's done anywhere near what we've done for the true crime community, outside of the video portion. And I feel like I actually help out in the true crime world because I put out the factual information in a way that makes sense to keep people or at least to allow people to have a place to go to view true crime and be sane doing it. All right. So if you like a channel like mine, then I would appreciate your support. We always see these other clowns out there getting supported, like it's a freaking bingo machine, ding, 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 ding. And I have to struggle every single night asking over and over and over again. And I wish I didn't have to do that, but it seems like it's the only thing that works at all. But tonight it's not really even working doing that either. So, but if you have the ability to, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I've been, honey, Moonshadow. Why don't you go somewhere else? Thanks. Nobody asked you. Ridiculous people. Yeah, let's see. What's so funny, Mercy? Okay, and then Mullins returned to the stand. Former Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen also returned once again to the witness stand on Monday. This is the second time the defense team has called Mullen to the stand. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin continued to focus on dismantling Weber's white van testimony by implying this key detail in the prosecution's case could have been told to Allen prior to his confession. Thanks, Kami. Mullen previously told jurors how it was his understanding that Weber's account of driving by the murder scene in a white van wasn't widely known detail, meaning that when Allen included it in his confession, it could be information only the killer would know, as hinted by the prosecution during their opening statement. But the defense team argued otherwise by stating that Allen could have learned this information from the psychologist Dr. Monica Walla, who worked with Allen during his stint in Westville Prison. Walla is a true crime fan who has been obsessively following the Delphi case, reading and posting online about the case, even traveling to the Mononai Bridge. And then during his testimony, he was revealed she shared information she read online with Allen during their sessions. Baldwin claimed that posts made online speculating about the Delphi murders mentioned the white van. Thanks, Kimmy. I guess you were the only one that heard what I was saying. And then it says, Baldwin claimed that posts made online speculating about the Delphi murder mentioned the white van. You don't know what Dr. Walla told Richard Allen about a van? Baldwin asked. No, Mullen answered. Well, you don't know if she ever said anything. That's so stupid. Hey, thanks, Sunshine Susie. Mullen did say that Allen's admission to Walla that included the detail about being spooked by a van was the first time the prosecution heard about the van, however. Yeah, Baldwin also grilled Mullen. Let's see. Mullen said that Allen's admission to Walla that included that detail about being spooked by a van was the first time the prosecution heard about the van. Well, they must have, I don't know. I don't know how they didn't hear about it before, Baldwin also grilled Mullen over previous testimony where Mullen stated that Allen drove the only black 2016 Ford Focus SE that was registered in Carroll County. Hey, wow. Thanks, Sunshine Susie and Mary Steelman. There you go. That's one of those cat eye donations that make a big difference. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Let's see. And they all together, like when you, even the smaller ones, when you pool them together, it makes the same thing. And thanks, Thomas and Susan on PayPal. I don't know if that's you, Life is Short, but there you go. Life is short. Life is hard. Remember that in my Mr. Rogers video? Life is short. Life is hard, but nothing's harder than this. Yeah. And if you missed it earlier, well, I'll say it later. Mary Steelman. Hey, thank you. Hey, now we're only 40 away from me being able to gift 5 memberships. I always try to get to that number to be able to do that. During the testimony, it was revealed she shared information she read online with Allen during their sessions. Right, but how do you know she said anything about a van? Baldwin claimed that posts online speculating about the Delphi murders mentioned the white van. Sure. I mean, what if they were posts out there? Does that mean, you don't know what Dr. Walla told Richard Allen about a van? Well, no, you don't, but it's so ludicrous. So let's say she goes, oh, why would she talk about a van to Richard Allen? It just doesn't even make any sense. She told him stuff about like how people are supporting him. The nutty people out there, the crazy ones. You don't know what Dr. Walla told Richard Allen about a van. Mullen did say that Allen's admission to Walla that included the detail about being spooked by a van was the first time the prosecution heard about it. I don't know. I don't know. It seems like they would have heard about it. I mean, I guess if it was in the confession, it might have been the first time they'd heard about that, but wouldn't they have known that Brad Weber had a van? Or Mullen previously noted there were 8 other Ford Focuses on the list of other types of models. Let's see. Mullen previously noted there were 8 other Ford Focuses on the list of other types of models. Baldwin pushed on this, noting how there are various other models, including hatchbacks, of the Ford Focus across several different years that Mullen didn't include in his search, which would have driven up the numbers of matches. How many Ford Focus hatchback models did people own in the surrounding area in 2017 that had the same body type, Baldwin asked. I don't know, Mullen said. Well, by the way, he did answer that, and there was one 2015 black Ford Focus in the sort of this larger area there. He didn't get the number for other black Ford Focuses that would look similar on camera. But maybe I'm sure that's a small number too. I don't know what that means, Cindy. Why didn't they get him by the car? I don't know what that means, Cindy. Alright, so we got that one done, and then that was, I guess that was also on the 14th. So now we're moving over to the 15th. Or the 16th day, I guess. Maybe 17th. Didn't we already do this? Alan's daughter and half-sister. And a key witness. Okay, we already did that one. Alright, this is the second half of that day here. So Alan's daughter, half-sister. Yeah, we already did that one. Guess we can do 6. I don't know. They just did a lot of stuff that was kind of shoddy stuff. Like, why didn't you check to see how many black Ford Focuses were around? I mean, it's just, I don't know. Maybe they just didn't think of it. It's dumb, you know. You can't really make an excuse for that. There's things like that. Like, you know, why did Liggett or Mullen have to go back over to the Hoosier Harvest store to go check the video out again after Richard Allen came forward? I mean, what these guys, they were the repository? You had the, I mean, wouldn't you take the video and put it on your computer and be looking at it like every 5 seconds? I gotta tell you, man, I feel like if I was the one that solely got to work on that case, I would have been digging around, looking at every single thing like that over and over, for, you know, especially with the resources they have. That'd have been amazing, you know. It just seems like they worked really hard on different things that aren't really associated. I don't know. Weird. Anyways, bridge witness returns. Brianne Wilbur took the stand first. She had earlier delivered testimony about her time on the Delphi trails on February 13th. She had a Snapchat photo of the Freedom Bridge from February 13th that was admitted into evidence. Over the objections of the defense, she told the court she arrived at the bridge at 12:25 p.m. and walked to the Monon High Bridge. She said she didn't see any girls or anyone resembling Bridge Guy. Yeah, see, that's what I was always saying that, and then this came out at trial. So they got to that bridge at 12:25, and then in Richard Allen's second story, when he said he got there at noon and left at 1:30, well, now those same 4 girls clear the area of him. They did not see him until they were leaving. So it proves that he got there at 1:30, as well as the vehicle driving by the Hoosier Harvest store, and the timing of 1:26, the photograph at the bench. Those girls are leaving. They saw him, and he saw them. It totally, you know, verifies it. Yeah, I mean, people care so much about the mistakes. I don't give a shit. Yeah, you'd love it if there was no mistakes made and everything. But all the mistakes, every mistake made helped Richard Allen, right? It's not like, you know, it just made it more bumbling. But the truth is it's the truth. Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. He is the killer. That was the bullet ejected from his gun. He admitted to killing and used information that only the killer would know. And you could tell that he absolutely just wanted his wife and mother to believe him when we were going over that yesterday. And he even said, I was speculating that the way they were answering was kind of like, yeah, we love you, but you didn't do it, meaning they wouldn't love him if he did it. And then one time he said, regardless, you know, if I did it. And then they were like, yeah, you know what the mom said. Sure, you know. But he tried over and over and over again. Yeah, Brian Koberg is the killer. It's obvious. But we weren't talking about Brian Koberger. I don't think. We do. I guess earlier we might have. Yeah. During a redirect, Diener asked Wilbur if the day stood out. Let's see. She said she didn't see any girls or anyone resembling Bridge Guy. On cross-examination, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin told Wilbur she had pretty good memory for 7.5 years later. She said she didn't recall any other kids on the bridge that day. During a redirect, Diener asked Wilbur if the day stood out in her mind and if she talked with police soon after. Wilbur answered yes to both questions. She later testified during recross that police were focused more on what she saw toward the end of her time on the bridge. And then the state also called Indiana State Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman back to the stand. Like Wilbur, Harshman testified earlier in the trial. Harshman listened to Allen's phone calls and watched videos of him. Harshman testified earlier that he believed the voice of Bridge Guy recording at the center of the case belonged to Richard Allen. He said it sounded just like it. Hey, thanks so much, RDW. Let's see, RDWWDR. Backwards. Hey, great. Thanks for all the great work. You are my online true crime hero. Well, thanks. I don't think of myself like that, but, I try to... Look at it, I got my Identifinder shirt on. She was actually thinking of giving away one of these shirts to somebody on the show. Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick. All right, guys, check it out. We are currently only 20 away from me gifting away 5 more memberships. I know that's not something for you, but, it would help give memberships to other people. Harshman said Allen has not exhibited the same psychological... Harshman said Allen was also in solitary confinement at Wabash Correctional Facility and the Cass County Jail. He doesn't currently have much recreational time or human contact, although he had some at Westville. Harshman said Allen had not exhibited the same psychotic behavior he displayed at Westville during his time at the Cass County Jail. He mentioned that Allen had made threats to staff, although that testimony led to an objection from the defense, and that's when I think they wanted to play a video, but they... Hey, thanks, Herbert Landscaping. All right. Very cool, very cool. All right, so I guess by 18 cents we made the the goal there. There we go. All right. Mary Steelman, life is short, life is hard, but nothing's harder than this. Dogs on a Pile, Jennifer Gilly, and Chandra Cloud. Harshman said Allen has not exhibited the same psychotic behavior he displayed at Westville during his time at Cass County Jail. He mentioned that Allen had made threats to staff, although that testimony led to an objection from the defense that Special Judge Fran Gould sustained. Allen's attorneys opted not to ask Harshman any questions. The third and final witness was Dr. John Martin, a psychiatrist who treated Allen in Westville Correctional Facility where Allen was housed from November 2022 through November 2023. Martin provided psychiatric services. He's licensed in Florida and Indiana, and began working with the Indiana Department of Corrections in 2020. He told the court he has 40 to 45 years of experience working in prisons and jail. And thanks everybody for helping reach the goal so I could give away the 5 memberships. Yeah, gotta give a little back on the spot, right? Let's see. Martin was directly employed by Indiana Department of Corrections and was instead a contractor. He saw Allen and other patients as needed. He described medication for Allen and said he was already on Prozac when he arrived. Notes on Allen and a consent form for Prozac were admitted into evidence, as were medication administration records. Goal admitted the medication administration records over the objection of defense attorney Brad Rosie. Martin said he treated patients under a safekeeping order in the general population, but not in solitary confinement. He often referred to it as one-man cell because solitary has a punitive connotation. Martin drew a reaction from the defense when he told the court that Allen had done nothing wrong but felt like he was being treated as if he had. Martin also acknowledged the mental harm of putting Allen in solitary, but said the overriding concern was keeping him safe. Allen met with multiple people to see how life could improve. Martin said Allen expressed suicidal ideation at times, adding that the staff did what it could to keep him safe. Martin said Allen was let out of at recreational time. Over a period of 13 months, Martin met with Allen 18 times. During their initial meetings on November 8, 2022, Martin regarded Allen as stable. He said he saw him on November 29th and observed no problems. On January 24th, Allen signed a consent form for Prozac. Martin believed he was doing well, so he saw him every few months. He was next scheduled to see him in April, but received a phone call requiring his urgent attention. Let's see. He saw Allen on April 13, 2023, and found him lying naked on a mattress in his cell. He had smeared feces on himself, and Martin had been told, so that's what these jurors are watching, and had been told he had also been eating his own feces. Corrections officers carried Allen to a shower and hosed him down, Martin said. So this is all the stuff that the jury was watching. Yeah, he concluded that Allen was psychotic at the time. During interviews, he found Allen's insight and judgment deficient and impaired. He decided to treat him with Haldol and antipsychotic medication. After an emergency meeting with a regional director, Martin and the staff decided the Haldol should be administered involuntarily. The psychiatrist described it as a group decision. It started off with daily doses to make sure Allen didn't experience any side effects or any allergic reaction. Once Martin determined it was safe, Allen was given long-acting dose and that lasted 4 weeks. Hey, let me ask you something. Just now, a minute ago, did the chat get weird for you guys? Because I have to reset my chat. It goes, oh snap, something went wrong while displaying this web page. Then I have to reload them. I think this is just one of those obvious things. Richard Allen I don't think had psychosis at all. He was acting to cover up his initial And he saw a psychologist like Walla almost every day, and it's just garbage, you guys. It's stupid. Let's see. All right. He received his first long-acting dose on April 18, 2023, but still presented as psychotic. You see that? Martin saw Allen on April 25th. While he noticed improvement, he still regarded Allen as psychotic. Martin described April 13th as the height of Allen's psychotic period. By the 25th, isn't it amazing how that's just like a day or so after he confessed, completely calmly and rationally, that his wife hangs up the phone, calls his attorneys, and then poof, he's nuts. Give me a break. And if he is crazy, it's because he wasn't allowed to confess. That's my opinion. The guilt was destroying him, and he wasn't allowed to confess. He thought that would actually free him, unburden his soul, if you will. And they wouldn't allow him, and I'd blame them if he ever got psychotic. Martin described April 13th as the height of Allen's psychotic period. By the 25th, he was able to recognize Martin. While he wasn't talking much, he recognized he was in prison. He did ask for his wife, the warden, chocolate, and Taco Bell, according to Martin's recollection. It appeared Allen was eating meals and getting enough sleep. Martin next saw Allen on May 2nd. He observed him to be coherent. I mean, don't you think it's amazing that he got nuts in a tiny period of time? I mean, don't you think that's just like he confesses, and then all of a sudden, boom, there's all this crazy, and then all of a sudden he's doing better. Come on. Martin decided to give him a slight increase. Okay, Martin saw Allen again on May 18th. He seemed reasonable, was getting an adequate amount of sleep and eating meals. Martin decided to give him a slight increase. Well, how come? In Haldol dose, and said he showed no evidence of psychosis. Right, but if he was doing better, why do you need to give him more? In additional visits, May 30th and June 20th, Martin said Allen was coherent and showed no signs of psychosis. Martin decided on June 20th to end the Haldol treatments. During their meeting in June, Allen told Martin he would like to apologize to the families of his victims. See, you guys, I mean, this is just... But gave no specifics on the Delphi case. Martin testified that from May 2nd on, from May 2nd on, Allen didn't display psychotic behavior. I know it's just so incredible. Just during this one period of time where he makes legitimate confessions under no duress at all, literally saying, no, I did it. Listen, I did it. Come on, just believe me, for God's sakes. Then all of a sudden he goes crazy. Ridiculous. After the state finished questioning Martin, the court took a break. The defense was set to cross-examine him in the afternoon. Oh, I think I have... Do I have that? This is the same day, but... Right. That's the 6th. Yeah. I don't know if this continues or not. I think it's just they're just going back over the case. I guess I don't have that part, but anyways, I think it gives you a good idea of what was going on. You know, they got the psychologists in there. Just making excuses for good old Ricky. I think that one was actually a prosecution witness. Yeah, it was totally fake. I don't think he was anything. He just, I think it went something like this. He spoke to one of the psychologist expert or the defense team, and they came in and said, "Wow, Richard, it's weird that you confessed. Do you have any of these? We're wondering if you're psychotic or not. And are you displaying any of these signs? Have you perhaps eaten your own feces? Have you spit around, not eaten your food? Did all these different things?" And Richard Allen looked at him and said, "Not yet, but I'll sure get started on that." Now, that's how it went. Guarantee it. All right. Poor Richard Allen. Can you believe all these sick people out there? They're out there hoping to God a killer of 2 girls gets another chance. Gray, we just believe in a fair justice system. Hell, I even think he did it, but I want... Oh, you do not, you lying sack of crap. You do not think that at all. You think he's absolutely innocent and a pack of wild Odinists did this. Right? You know it. Yeah, that's what I think, Amber. Just told him right out. Let's see. Well, I guess you know what we could do? We could just go straight into... You guys want to just watch on this channel right now instead of doing a whole nother show or video? Just the conclusion of Laken Riley. I mean, then it's just sort of going, and it's only an hour and 40 something minutes, and it'd make the show 3 hours and 40 something minutes. Okay, yeah, let's just do it here. Let me change the title to add that in there, if I can fit it. Yeah, it's tough. Laken Riley. There it is. All right, well, here we go. Ready? Got it ready to go. For anybody who wanted to see the end of, I got it down to 1 hour and 51 minutes. So, you guys ready?
To go in and thank so much.
Stay there. That's where you are.
Okay. Ms. Ross, you have OV concluding?
Yes, sir.
Let me make this, it's too loud. Jesus. Can't see in the dark here. Don't forget to help support the channel during this, though, you guys. Another hour and 40 minutes.
Your Honor, Laken Riley herself has given you all the evidence you need alone to find this man guilty of every single count in this indictment. And as I said in my opening, and what the evidence has shown in this case, is that she did fight. And it is a direct result of that fight that gives you all the physical evidence you need to convict him. And if you only had that physical evidence, you would have enough to convict him. But what you have heard in the last few days in this trial is video evidence laid on top of the physical evidence that corroborates it. Digital evidence laid on top of the physical evidence and the video evidence that all corroborate one another. And the three forms of that evidence in this case, the physical evidence, the video evidence, and the digital evidence, combined twist this very powerful knot that this defendant cannot get out of. There is no way out for him. The evidence in this case has been overwhelming. And the evidence in this case has spoken loud and clear that he is Laken Riley's killer, and that he killed her because she would not let him rape her. And look no further. You have to look no further to his actions 73 minutes before he encountered her on the trail to know what he was up to that day. And so not only does the physical evidence identify him, the video evidence identifies him. His own brother identifies him. His roommate, Rosebelly, identifies him. The people who he was living with condemn him. But his digital evidence of posting selfies of himself wearing what is basically his rapist gear an hour before he leaves his house, that condemns him. He has condemned himself. And what I'm going to do in the time that I have before this court is review the evidence that this court has heard and ask that you find him guilty on every single count of this indictment. Not because you feel sorry for anyone, but because he earned it, because he deserves it, and because we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's start with the physical evidence. The defendant's DNA is under the right fingernails of Laken Riley. And it is only Laken and this defendant in that sample, and no one else. It was first done to True Allele, and because Arhenis and this defendant are blood brothers, he couldn't be excluded under YSTR. And then it was Diego who could be excluded by YSTR because he has a genetic mutation. But True Allele, when looked further in at the sample, eliminated both Diego and Arhenis. So the evidence in this case has been, and is, that it is only the defendant and Laken Riley underneath her right nails. And how did that happen? Because she, in her fight, marked him, scratched him. And the testimony from Ms. Hinkle yesterday, when asked, well, how do you get a person's DNA underneath your fingernails? One of the first things she says is scratches or bodily fluid. Casual contact is not enough, and wearing an item is not enough. And how do we know that? The black Adidas hat that we all see for our own eyes on Diego's head doesn't have his DNA on it. I mean, contact DNA isn't the magic bullet that everybody likes to pretend it is in front of a jury. But we know Diego was wearing that hat. You can see it for your own eyes. And I'm going to talk a lot more about that hat and why and how Diego was wearing that hat a little later. It is the defendant's thumbprint on Laken's phone. And this was from the Dalby hearing. This is, first of all, the digital image of Special Agent Daniela Stewart. And that is digital image 597, which is in evidence on one of the thumb drives. And the court heard the testimony that we adopted from the Dalby hearing. And I have here 628 from the Dalby hearing of October 11th, where Sergeant Stewart of the ACC Police Department, who has been a Laken print examiner since 1994, has looked at thousands of prints, compared that image that Special Agent Stewart took on the night of Laken Riley's murder when they finally found her phone after dark away from her body. And he compared it to the known fingerprints of Jose Ibarra, and he did it twice. And he found and explained to the court at the Dalby hearing, which we have adopted as part of this transcript, 15 points of comparison and similarities between the latent print left on Laken Riley's phone and Jose Ibarra's fingerprints. So in order to find this defendant not guilty of killing Laken Riley, you would have to disbelieve DNA. You would have to disbelieve fingerprint evidence. And even if you did that, you would still have this. Quite frankly, she got him. She scratched him. And you heard the testimony from Sergeant Epps and from Corporal Sayan. The left wrist was still oozing. Both of them saw that. And when asked, what's with these injuries by Corporal Sayan, and we played that part of the body cam video for the court to see. Corporal Sayin wasn't coming at him hot. It was super calm and casual. They're out there laughing. They're laughing in those videos. Smoking, talking on their phones, talking to one another, all four of those people inside that residence, chillaxing. And Sayin's like, my friend, do me a favor, show me your hands. My friend, how did you get those injuries? And his first response is that of a monstrously guilty individual. What scratches? Y'all don't see the scratches. We don't see these scratches. So in order to find him not guilty, you would have to disbelieve your own eyes. What scratches, he says? All of those scratches. And there were more scratches than that, because when Daniela Stewart, and those photos are in evidence too, when she photographed him and made him take his shirt off, there are scratches on his back. His back. And you know what that's consistent with? That is consistent with him asphyxiating her, being on top of her, compressing her chest, and smashing her head into that rock. That's what that's consistent with. How do you get scratches on the back of your neck? How do you get scratches on your back? Laken left those scratches, and the physical evidence says that she left those scratches because that is why his DNA is underneath her right fingernails. She marked him. She marked him for everyone to see. She marked him for you to see. And the digital evidence that she wore that day also corroborates everything, all the physical evidence and the video evidence. We will never know. We will never know what he did to her on that trail and in what order. And we'll never know what he did to make her stop. Because quite frankly, I am certain she could outrun him if she wanted to. But she didn't. And he did something to her where she knew immediately she was in trouble. And how do we know that? From the Garmin and her phone. Simultaneously, if you put those two things together, which is what this graph is that you saw and that's in evidence, at 9:10 a.m. And there's some seconds in between them that really only matter if you're an Olympian swimmer or a track runner. It is so close together in time, it doesn't matter. It is simultaneous. Simultaneously, she enacts or tries to call 911 from her phone using the SOS function of her iPhone. And we know that from her phone. And simultaneously, at that same time, she comes to a dead stop. She stops in her tracks. And we know that that is the time she meets him on the trail. And how do we know that? Well, we know that from the FBI. Because there's a chart that I'll show you a little later in my closing argument, where at 9:10 a.m., their digital profiles overlap one another. They have met in that woods. His from his tiny advanced data from his phone. And remember, the moment he enters the forest, his Wi-Fi is no longer active. And so there's no Rubin data from about 8:55 to about 9:40 a.m. And that is evidence of his guilt too. The fact that he's in that forest, that means he's in the forest. And we know he's in the forest because he has no Rubin data. And we know he's in the forest because his tiny advanced data puts him there. And they meet simultaneously, digitally, on that trail at about 9:10 a.m. And so something happened. And this is her Garmin watch. And we know there was a fight because the way that it looks, look at this, on the trail, she's still on the trail till about 9:14 a.m. And then her Garmin starts moving off the trail. And he takes her off that trail 65 feet. 64 feet and 11 inches to be exact. 65, close enough. And he does that for only one purpose. And that is to isolate her so that he can victimize her. And that is exactly what he did. But the true allele under her nails, as damning as it is, isn't all that you have. And you could put that aside and the fingerprint aside, although there's no reason to. On the jacket that he is seen throwing away about 12 minutes or 14 minutes after her heart stops beating. And it is no coincidence that he is in that forest until her heart stops beating at 9:28 a.m. And it isn't until around 9:40 that he emerges. He is with her that entire time. But about 14 minutes afterwards, he is seen on video dumping a jacket that you have here in evidence that you've seen a lot, so I'm not going to show it to you again, that has a mixture, and this is traditional DNA. This is not true allele. This is not probabilistic genotyping. This is traditional DNA, and it is a mixture between only two people, Laken Riley and this defendant. And it's no mistake that it is blood, a mixture of their blood on that jacket. And on that jacket also are 29 hairs that are consistent with Laken Riley that all have been not all of them, but several of them have been forcibly removed from her head. And they were wrapped around the button that you see in some of the photographs when Officer Davis testified, the way that he saw it. And it is a rare day that as a prosecutor, we ever get such great evidence of tampering with evidence, but the defendant himself is on video, and here it is. And I guess the defense will have you believe he just threw away that jacket right at this moment just because he just didn't want it anymore. That's not reasonable. He threw away that jacket because he knew exactly what was on it. He knew it was his blood, he knew it was her blood, and he knew he had to get rid of it. And he also knew that he had to get rid of his gloves, and so what he does further on in this frame is you can see him take them out of his pocket and throw it in the bushes. And on those gloves is Laken Riley's blood. He threw away the gloves because he knew what he had done. He knew her DNA or her blood would be on that, and he got rid of it. That is what we call consciousness of guilt in our business. He threw away those items because he knew he had killed her, and he threw them away because he didn't want anyone to find them. That's why he did it. And what's so fascinating about this video is the part where he looks at the hat. Let's talk about that. Guess what he didn't throw away? The hat. It's his brother's hat. Diego said it in the interview. That's my hat. He wears his own brother's hat to go kill someone. And he looks at it. Oh, no blood on that. He didn't see any blood on it, although there is some blood on it. Puts it back on his head. Doesn't throw that away. And then lets his own brother walk around with it the next day. And the fact is, if Diego had not been wearing that hat, we may have never caught these people. We may have never caught him. But Diego was wearing that hat. You think for 1 minute, Diego would have to be the dumbest killer on the face of the planet if he killed Laken Riley and was still wearing that hat around. Because what Laken Riley's killer did was he got rid of all the evidence. At least he thought he did. And that hat right there, he couldn't see her blood. And he gives it back to his brother. And luckily for all of us, his brother decides to wear that hat that next day. And we know his brother wasn't wearing a hat on that day because you got to see the video for yourself where Diego goes to work on the day of Laken Riley's killing. He's at work and he's wearing a completely different hat. And each day that we have of the videos of where he's going to work, he's wearing a completely different hat. So this defendant, this killer, gives a hat back to his own brother that he was wearing when he killed Laken Riley. And I have to take a moment. You know, the officers in this case have done a lot of things. They dived into dumpsters. Daniela Stewart told you she was on her hands and knees on that crime scene, looking for rocks that were similar. Couldn't find any rocks around where Laken Riley was murdered. A lot of it, Sergeant Timothy Johnson, whose testimony we adopted from the hearing in October, just hitting the streets, looking for things. Zach Davis, dumpster diving. It was a combination of good police work and, quite frankly, just luck. We were lucky that Diego decided to wear that hat. And you think for 1 minute if Diego had killed her, he would have put that hat on? No. And looking in the video that you see, and you saw slowed down versions of it, Diego has tattoos on the back of his neck. They are not in that video. Rosebelly herself, who knows both of these two, identified this defendant in that video. And if you're concerned about whether she's right about that, well, the FBI's digital profile of this defendant's device hovers over that dumpster at 9:40 a.m. It's him. And there is no doubt that it's him. Here is the FBI profile, digital profile from the CAS team of the defendant's device now over the dumpster. In the center of this is D1, 9:40 a.m. He's at the dumpster that we just saw him at, dumping bloody clothes. And how do we also know he's back at his apartment at that time? Because Special Agent Hipkiss, who extracted 1B7, said at 9:58 a.m. the device is plugged back in and charging, which means he's back home. But he's not done. And before I go on to the other videos, these are all the selfies of this defendant on his phone 1B7. And I understand, and I suspect maybe the defense will argue, well, Judge, other people used his phone. Yeah, they did in October. And then the other 2 months that they want to talk about are other 2 accounts. Oh yes, Diego has a Google account that has been accessed from 1B7. Both of those accounts that they talked about, one a Facebook, one a Google, I can't remember exactly, but there were 2 of them. Rosebelly had one and Diego had one. One of the accounts was closed in January, and the other one, Rosebelly, was closed in February of February 12th of that year. So on the day in question, on February 22nd of 2024, there is zero evidence, no evidence that anyone other than this defendant was using that phone. And any attempt to argue that someone else was is just pure speculation. Because the only activity on the phone prior to leaving is him taking that selfie at 5:30 in the morning. That's it. There's no one texting, no one WhatsApping, no one calling in the time that he's out hunting and killing. Because he's holding the phone. And he's a little busy because he's looking for victims. He's looking for females. Nobody else is using that phone. And the FBI said, and the phone tracks his own video. You could put the video of him at the bus stop, which I'll show, and put it with the digital profile of the phone, and they track one another. So the videos and the digital profiles track one another because he's holding the phone at the time. And this is what he does when he gets back. His phone is plugged in at 9:58 a.m., but he's not done destroying evidence. That shirt that he's seen wearing with the black and white pattern in the video, in the dumpster video, a few minutes later when he comes out of his house at 10:21, he's changed. And now he's wearing the clothes that he's actually arrested in. This is him, 10:21 a.m., and he's got a bag in his hand. I really wonder what's in that bag. Never found that bag. And he didn't want anyone to find that bag. And how do we know that? because he's walking towards a dumpster. And Sergeant Norris said that that dumpster in that part of the apartment complex had been picked up about 45 minutes later that day. So they weren't able to get and see what was in that bag. And no one ever found what was in that bag. But you know what was also never found? The striped bag that he's wearing over his, that sling bag that he's wearing in both the dumpster video and in the bus stop video. That bag was never found, ever. And I suspect it's because it was in that bag that we just see. And here he is coming back 3 minutes later, and there is nothing in his hand. He's gotten rid of the rest of the evidence, because that's what guilty people do. So the digital evidence that I have talked about, in summary, from Special Agent Jay Burney of the CAS team, it is his opinion that he left that house at 6:52 a.m. and that he returned around 9:50 a.m. And that there is no Reuben data on that phone from 8:55 to 9:40, which is consistent with him being in the forest. This is the slide from, and this is what summarized Special Agent Burney's testimony, that at the time, at 9:10 a.m., so on this slide here that was before the court, page 29 of his exhibit, at 9:09 a.m. to 9:12 a.m. is where on the trail Laken Riley and this defendant meet, digitally and in person. And so that is pretty much the evidence. DNA is there, his thumbprint is there, and he's on video dumping evidence associated with the crime shortly thereafter. I want to talk to you about the charges in the case, and this is usually when I would go on much longer with a jury, but I don't think there's a need to do that with this court. These are slides that I use in murder cases where I close all the time in front of juries. The court is aware that in the state of Georgia we have malice murder. The defendant is charged in count one of this indictment with malice murder. Malice can be proven in two ways, as you know, but we really don't even need to talk about implied malice in this case. This is express malice. Everything this defendant did to Laken Riley on that trail showed his intent to murder her. And what express malice is simply the intent to kill. And so what evidence is there that when he interacted with her on that trail and he drug her off that trail, that he intended to kill her? Well, look no further than the evidence of the medical examiner in this case. He put huge holes in her head with a rock. And he did it more than once. And there could be no other reason to do that other than to silence her forever, so that she could not call Sergeant Maxwell or anyone from the University of Georgia Police Department and report that he tried to rape her. Because guess who did call the police on him? Tejas. And we're going to talk about that in the indictment. And he ran away after she confronted him at the door. So he had a motive to kill Laken Riley, but you don't even have to go that far. All you have to do is look at his actions. And look at the state's exhibits that we admitted through the medical examiner. And look at those 9 holes in the left side of Laken Riley's head. That's intent to kill. And the rock sure is a deadly weapon, especially when used that way. He used a rock like it was a hammer. And that's what he did to her. That's intent to kill. The petechia, also, because these are concurrent causes of death. Asphyxia. He asphyxiated her in some manner. Again, we'll never know everything he did, how he did it. But he asphyxiated her, we know enough. That caused petechia in both of her eyes and even at her lips. That is a tremendous amount of petechia that she has there from a compression or a strangulation injury. He was depriving her body of oxygen long enough to form those wounds on her. He intended to kill her. There is no other reasonable explanation for that conduct. We have also charged 3 counts of felony murder in this indictment. I'm not even going to define it for the court because I know you know what it means, so I'm just going to go straight to the felonies. And they are kidnapping with bodily injury, aggravated assault with intent to rape, and aggravated.
Hey guys, I'm doing this next show. This part here is about an hour and 50 minutes long, but I need you guys' support to continue on during this because it was going to be its own separate show. So if you guys can help support the channel during this portion, that'd be great because we're currently at 0 during this portion. We've already been on for 25-30 minutes.
Aggravated battery. First, with the kidnapping with bodily injury. That is exactly what happened in this case. And that actual felony precedes the murder in time. Because he didn't murder her on the trail. He took her 64 feet and 11 inches off the trail for the purpose of victimizing her. That is asportation that is recognized under our law. And it is what permitted him to do the things to her that he wanted to do all along. And if he hadn't had asportated her off that trail, he would have been interrupted. So it is a kidnapping with bodily injury. And I have a crime scene photo here from, again, Daniela Stewart, where she shows marker 1, which is Laken Riley's other AirPod. And that's how we also know there was a struggle on the trail. Sophia and Lily find, and we know Laken was listening to music when she was running. They find her AirPod, one of them, in the middle of the trail. and there's a photograph in there. A little towards the side, but still on the trail. AirPod number 2 is found by Daniela Stewart, where marker 1 is off the trail. So there was some kind of struggle between the two of them on that trail, and it's also shown on her garment, where she loses her AirPods on the trail. And he takes her off that trail. And we'll never know exactly how he took her off the trail. Did he pick her up and carry her? Did he somewhat drag her off the trail? Did he somewhat push her off the trail? We know that he took her 65 feet because we know that's where her body was found. And also, Daniela Stewart saw like a leaf. She called it a displacement of the leaves, and she marked it with those orange flags, but no real dragging marks. So that's a kidnapping with bodily injury. Taking her off that trail, and in the commission of that crime, he kills her. He is guilty of felony murder, with the underlying felony being kidnapping with bodily injury. It's not contested that she has bodily injury. But the aggravated assault with intent to rape, there were a lot of questions about, well, could her shirt be up from dragging her? I suppose the defense might be, well, I killed her, but I didn't intend to rape her. Well, that makes no sense. Because the only thing that makes sense about why these two individuals don't know each other, never met each other, had this encounter on this trail at this moment while Laken is out for her morning jog, is because he wanted to sexually assault her. What evidence do we have of that? What has been left behind from the struggle that we can discern that? What circumstantial evidence? Well, her clothes are in two different directions. And it is important to talk about her clothes. We're not talking about her clothes in order to shame her as a female. No. It's evidence on how she wears her clothes. She would wear running tights when she ran because that's what's comfortable. And that's how you run. And she would wear them over her navel because when you're running, you want your clothes to stay put. And she wore a Lululemon jacket, and she wore 3 layers of clothes that day. And it's important to talk about that from an evidentiary perspective because these are tight, running clothes that are designed not to move. Not to move. And if they want to say dragging may have caused one of the layers of clothes to come up, all right, I'll give you one. But I can't give you 3, and I can't give you the clothes going in 2 different directions. Her shirt was up. Her running bra, up. Her jacket up, and her breasts were exposed in a way that you saw in Sergeant Maxwell's body cam video, and in a way that Special Agent Byer testified to the court. He photographed them. They were twisted all together in a knot almost above, and like almost tying down or pinning down her shoulders. That is not an accident, and that is not from dragging. If you want to think that that was from dragging, then how do you explain how her tights are down below her navel, which she never wore them that way? Her underwear is pulled up, and you can see it in the body cam video, and you can see it in the photos from Special Agent Byer, and her underwear has been torn. He did that to her. He did that to her after he drug her off the trail. And he did that to her because he wanted to try to rape her. And we don't have to prove a completed rape, and thankfully she wasn't raped. But he tried to do it, and he was unable to complete it for some reason that we will never know. Maybe he didn't like the fight. Maybe somebody ran by. Who knows? But he didn't complete it, and we don't have to prove that he completed it. Injury to Laken's pubic bone, State's Exhibit 316, that also corroborates that he attempted to rape her. Why is that injury so low? All these injuries to her stomach, these linear injuries. That means her shirt was up when he's on top of her. Could it have been the bag? Possibly. It's consistent with the metal object. Never found the bag, don't know. But there's no reason for her to be exposed that way unless he was trying to sexually assault her. That is the evidence of aggravated assault with intent to rape. It's the only thing that makes sense about the encounter, but there's all that physical evidence that supports and corroborates that that's exactly what he did out there. Aggravated battery. I could talk forever about aggravated battery and disfiguring her skull. Just look at State's Exhibits 305 and 307. I really don't need to say anything else. Look at those 2 exhibits. That is the very definition of aggravated battery under Georgia law. He is guilty of aggravated battery and felony murder with the underlying felony being aggravated battery. Obstruction of a 911 call. The SOS call was made, no doubt about that. We got that from not only Laken's phone, but we also got that from Kevin McCreevy from the 911 call center. She made a call. It was answered. You heard the call. Kevin McCreevy testified. The caller hung up on the 911 center. That was his testimony. The 911 center called Laken back twice, and that you could see that in her phone. And neither call was answered. Who hung up the phone? Well, he did. How do we know that? State's Exhibit 28. It is no coincidence that his thumbprint is on her phone where you would go to hang up an iPhone. And also on that call, that was about a minute call, you hear him say, "Yo, Tango." I have. Yeah, you do. You do have. You had her phone, and he hung it up. And when 911 called back twice, no one answered. And her phone is separated from her body. So her body is in, she was murdered by the tree. She was moved and hidden and put leaves over her. And it worked because it took Sergeant Maxwell 20 minutes to find her, and he had her digital profile. And we didn't play the whole thing, but he testified it took him 20 minutes. And because he hid her, because he didn't want anyone to find her. We were lucky there too. But he separated her from her phone. Her phone was so far away from her, it took them hours to find it. You heard Sergeant Norris I was walking through shining a flashlight. I almost stepped on it. You saw the video of his body cam. You saw how dark it was out there when they found his phone, her phone. He separated her from her phone because he didn't want her to complete that 911 call. And she didn't. He's guilty of that. Tampering with evidence. I've already covered this. It is rare we get this on video, but we got it on video. He's throwing away the bloody jacket. He's throwing away the bloody gloves. That's how it is alleged in the indictment. He's guilty of that. And I've already covered this. There he is. No tattoos, been identified, looking at the hat he decides to keep. Here he is on social media. If you have any doubt, that's him wearing the hoodie and the black Adidas hat. Did you a huge favor there as the fact finder. It's 5:37 a.m. on the day of the murder. He's about to go out, and that's how he's dressed. He is alone in all of these times. Trail cam video, Tasia Sweet, and Sally, the other female runner that encountered him at 8:24 a.m., where he is what? In the woods. And how do we know that? Because when Tasia Sweet calls the police on him at about 8 o'clock in the morning, he vanishes and disappears into the back, and Sergeant Libby testified in the direction of the IN fields. And he stays there. What's he doing there? What's he doing there? Well, he isn't running. I doubt he's bird watching. He's sitting there waiting for someone to come by, because his first intended target, he wasn't able to get. And I'm going to ask if there are any cameras that want to show a portion of something that I don't want the peeping victim to be seeing, the tendency.
So I will direct media to not.
All right. So are we good? We're good. Okay. I'll let you know when it can come back up.
Hey, can I come in, or are you already? So I'm just gonna get one thing over the radio. 6427, I believe it's gonna be the north facing at the end of the building. Hey, so you okay? Oh, gotcha. I understand with you a little bit scary. I'm just gonna be asking you a couple questions, get some clarifying information, okay? So you were taking a shower, correct? You heard something go on?
Yeah, I heard something was moving, and I just heard someone come upstairs, usually you're better. And then I actually get when I went out the door.
Are you hearing it come from this door?
Yes.
Okay.
So I went to see to a big door, and then I saw actually someone was crouched up and trying to, I think I just open it.
Okay.
And then I thought it was just maintenance, I thought opening, but I was quite to do that right when first up.
Yeah.
So, and then I said, excuse me, and as I said that, they tried to grab out and I could see them ducking. And they went away, and then after I tried to get the phone, then I was starting to find the door, and I could see them peeking, trying to peek and take a look.
And they're trying to get into the, yeah. So, I know point did they ever enter your venture.
In this frame, you can see, as some people would say, clear as a country mile to the back of Building S from Tasia Sweet's apartment. She absolutely saw him looking in her apartment. And when she said he was ducking, you can see that for yourself in the trail cam video. And the peeping Tom, and I'm gonna, okay, y'all can come back up now. Are we good? Okay. Is important as a charge, and you can see how scared she was and frightened in that video. She was unnerved about what happened to her. She's in the shower, and that's when he decides to try to open her door. Again, he had been outside her apartment for an hour. The testimony from Sergeant Rabu, and you saw this video yesterday, from GHI Cyber, he first appears on the trail at 6:52 a.m. according to that trail cam video. Guess what that coincides with? His digital profile from the FBI. His phone is moving at the exact same time that you see him on this video for the first time. And what this does is, it is a crime, and he is guilty of that crime, but it shows his state of mind. You watched the video yesterday. He's there for an hour. You see students kind of mulling around, some of them waiting for the bus, a lot of them on their phones. He is not pressed. He doesn't care. He talks to no one, he interacts with no one, and he keeps circling back and forth from Tasia Sweet's door to the back of her apartment, Tasia Sweet's door to the back of her apartment. And he does it 6 times. And he tries to open her door at least twice that we can see. And when she says he is ducking, there's her window, you've seen that image as well. Here is the part of the video at 7:54 a.m. You see him ducking. She is absolutely correct. And what's he wearing? He's wearing the hoodie, a black hat, black gloves, and carrying a cup. His digital profile puts him right over her apartment at these pertinent times. His Rubin data is collecting at this point because he's not in the forest. And so it's him because of that as well. His digital profile puts him there. He's wearing the same clothes. But if you have any residual doubt that that's him in the video, boom. His DNA is on the cup. The white cup that you can see him carrying in that video. was found smack in between Tejasvi's apartment and Laken Riley's body, and it is his DNA on that straw. And yes, it's a mixture. It's not Diego's, it's not Artemis's, it's not anyone related to him. It's him and some other male, and there's alcohol in that cup. He's drinking alcohol at 7 o'clock in the morning while he's out prowling and hunting females. It's him. No doubt that it's him. And I want to talk about the gloves, because the gloves that he chose to wear that day, you heard from Alexander Koven of the crime lab. Luckily again for us, they were cheap. They're not latex. There's some kind of polyethylene, like plastic gloves that tear easily, is what he said. That was his scientific testimony. And those gloves were torn. And you saw photographs of them where Katrina photographed them at the crime lab. And because those gloves were torn, he was able, and maybe they were not torn when he was holding the cup. Maybe they got torn when he's holding these rocks and murdering Laken Riley when she is fighting him. But at some point they were torn. And we know that because after they were covered in the bushes, they go to the crime lab and they are photographed and they are examined. And the first person who sees them at the crime lab is Valencia Johnson, and she says they were damaged. The second person who sees them is Katrina, and she photographs them. And you have the photographs and evidence to use. You can see for yourself that they were damaged. So what in the world is he doing outside a co-ed's apartment, wearing plastic kitchen gloves, a hoodie, covering up his face, and skulking around? He is trying to get her. And when he couldn't get her, he ran away into the forest, and he stayed there until he encountered Laken Riley about 73 minutes later. And then he did all of the things that we've already covered in the indictment. And I want to talk to you a little bit about circumstantial evidence, but not in a way that I would talk to a jury about it. There is no legal difference between circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. It's not bad. It's just different. And in this case, it is powerful. And it is layered upon layer upon layer. And there is no way out for him. He is guilty of everything in the indictment. I want to talk to you about the defense case. And this is actually something that the scientist said yesterday. It's amazing how trials are, how people say things you never expected, and they just have a life of their own. Trials. Ashley Hinkle yesterday, I think it was on Cross. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I couldn't say it better myself. I suppose their defense is Diego did it, because that's all we've been talking about is Diego. And yeah, Diego was a suspect because he's wearing the hat that they saw. But eventually, you know what the officers didn't do in this case? They did not turn a blind eye. They got Diego's phone, they got Diego's DNA, they interviewed Diego, and they followed it to its natural end. They looked through hundreds of hours of video. You saw the chart that Detective Norris put in on Friday of all the videos around the IM fields. There were multiple cameras. He and Sergeant Rabu and Special Agent Lucas Byer, they watched hundreds and hundreds of hours of videos. Guess who's not anywhere near the IM fields at the time and on this day? Diego. He is nowhere to be found. And the only way that Diego could have done this crime, and the only way that it could be even like a reasonable hypothesis that he could have done this crime, is if he had two things. Number one, magic pixie dust. He would need the magic pixie dust to put his brother's thumbprint on her phone. He would need the magic pixie dust to put his brother's DNA underneath Laken Riley's fingernails. And he would also, in addition to that, because of the video evidence, he would need one other thing. And that would be Harry Potter's invisible cloak. He would have to put that on and go to the IM fields and do these things because nobody sees him. And I want to talk about Stephanie, because what your decision is today is it's Stephanie versus science. Stephanie who wants to invoke the fifth when asked about whether she had a sexual relationship with Diego, which goes to her motive for being here. And the conversation, which is so interesting, she said she had with Diego on the night of the 22nd, after the police were in her apartment. And we know it had to be the night of the 22nd because it was after Laken Riley's body was found, which was noon on the 22nd. But before 8 a.m. in the morning, when Sergeant Johnson sees Diego wearing that hat that his brother left in the apartment after killing her, and she says between that time, she had a conversation with him at some point. Well, guess where Diego was that day on the 22nd? You saw it for yourself. He was at work. And he was at work until about 11 p.m. And it was Stephanie's birthday, and she was out drinking. And she drinks so much, Judge, that she even said, and the GBI, Annie Mormon, confirmed, she was drunk when she was talking to the GBI the next day still. And maybe she did have some semi kind of conversation with him. And even then, if you take her at her word, it's not a confession. There is no evidence that he did anything except be a brother to him. And it's pretty low down that you're going to take the killing hat and then let your brother wear it around in the apartment complex the next day. But that's just what a killer would do. So to believe her, you would have to disbelieve all of that. And then today we heard some unreliable inmate hearsay. Not reliable. And cannot weigh anything against the mountain of forensic evidence, video evidence, and digital evidence that you've heard in this case. And yes, here is Diego wearing that hat. You think he'd have worn that if he had known what was on it? He didn't know. Glad he wore it. He didn't know. And so that completes my portion of this closing argument, and I will cede to defense and see Your Honor at rebuttal. Thank you. Your Honor, Ms. Ross, evidence that is subject to more than one interpretation is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As Mr. Kirby said in his opening, the evidence in this case is graphic and disturbing, and it is deeply sad. And I don't envy your position, Your Honor. The rest of the people in this courtroom get to be human. We can feel shock and outrage. But Your Honor, as the court, you are the embodiment of law. And as the court and the fact finder, the law requires that you not allow your verdict to be swayed by sympathy for anyone. It must be based on the evidence. Mr. Ibarra, acting on our advice, elected to have a bench trial, trusting that Your Honor could, and believing that Your Honor would, set aside the emotions in this case and simply consider the evidence. So I'm going to catalog for Your Honor why I think the facts and the evidence in this case should leave me with some reasonable doubt. Before I do, I want to touch on two legal principles. Your Honor is already familiar with them, but I do want to make my legal arguments clear for the record. The first legal principle is embodied in OCGA 2446. And that law requires that when the state's case is built on circumstantial evidence, they have a higher burden. They have to go one step beyond proving their case beyond reasonable doubt. They also have to exclude, beyond a reasonable doubt, any other theory consistent with Mr. Ibarra's evidence, in a sense. Because the evidence is subject to more than one interpretation, it is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And while the evidence in this case is voluminous, it is circumstantial. The second principle is the difference between a party to a crime and accessory after the fact. This principle is codified in OCGA 16-1050, and I would also direct Your Honor's attention to Purvis versus the state. Purvis is spelled P-U-R-V-I-S. That is 208 Georgia Ave 653. And that case basically explores the difference between proving someone is involved in a crime while it is committed versus proving that someone is involved in the cover-up of a crime. The important difference, Your Honor, is that if the evidence shows that Mr. Ibarra was involved in the cover-up of the crime, but does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was involved in the murder itself, Your Honor would be authorized to find him guilty on the tampering with the evidence charge, but not with the murder. So now I want to talk about the evidence that was presented. First, I'm going to discuss the reasonable doubt in the state's case that Mr. Ibarra was involved at all. Then, I'm going to discuss two alternative theories that are consistent with the evidence that would show Mr. Ibarra is not guilty of the malice murder or the felony murders. And finally, I want to discuss a few specific elements of a few crimes and the evidence we've heard on those. The state bases its case in chief on two categories of evidence. There's DNA, there's a fingerprint. They talked about the digital evidence and surveillance footage. There is reasonable doubt in each of those pieces of evidence. I'll start with the DNA. There is doubt based on what was tested and doubt based on what was not tested. When Ashley Hinkle was on the stand testifying and Mr. Kirby was cross-examining her, she talked about the limits of her science. She talked about the fact that some of the factors involved in testing for DNA are controlled by humans and some are run through a program. She decides how many people...
Alright, everybody, we'll try it again. This is the second half of the show. We're barely over even the regular goal. We just barely nicked it on the other one, but we're doing another 2 hours here. I was going to do a whole nother show for it, but we tacked it on at the end, so I'm going to need your guys' support if you're able to do it. You know, if you can't, then don't do it, but if you can, that would be awesome, because we are now 2/3 of the way through the month.
DNA is on an object, and then asks True Allele software to compute from that number of people the likelihood of whose DNA that is. Her decision impacts how the test is run. She told you that there is an element of randomness in True Allele, and that if they run the same test multiple times, different probabilities will come out. And that's what happened in this case. Your Honor should be skeptical of the DNA evidence also because of something that Ms. Ross talked about. A hat that we know for certain was on Diego. A hat that we know for certain was his hat that he claimed. Nothing on that hat tested positive for his DNA. Which goes to show that even if someone is wearing clothes, touching clothes, owning clothes, DNA is not always going to show up when the lab tests it. People in court wore gloves when they handled this evidence because they were afraid of cross-contamination. They were afraid that their touch would impact the reliability of future DNA tests. When you look at the apartment from which these clothes were taken, that is a lab tech's nightmare. There are clothes everywhere, piled together. It's 5 people living in one room. And the state's theory is that they shared clothes. Of course their DNA is going to be on each other's clothes. It's more than possible that one brother's DNA would get on another brother's clothes. In fact, it's probable. And who would have had the most cross-contamination? Diego and Jose, because they shared a bed and they shared clothes. When it comes to True Allele, I do believe our argument is hampered by not having experts, but there were clearly flaws with that testing system. One of the tests that they ran for the evidence in this case came back to a retired GBA agent who was not involved with the testing of the case and was not in any way could have had their DNA on that object. There's also doubt based on what was not tested for DNA. There was a bloody thumbprint on Laken Riley's phone that they believe was placed there by the killer. And they chose, rather than swabbing that for DNA, they chose the less reliable scientific method of fingerprint evidence. There were no swabs tested of the phone, even though Saunders testified that they did take swabs. There were no swabs tested from Laken's neck and torso. But perhaps the most important is that they swabbed Jose Ibarra's hands and his fingernails. And their theory is that his gloves ripped enough for him to leave a fingerprint on a phone. That rip would have allowed him also to have contact with Laken Riley's body. And then, if they had tested the swabs on his fingerprints, we could have seen if Laken Riley's DNA showed up on his hands. But they did not. They don't get to cite a name of a guy we don't know, James Sebastian, and call it a day. They should have provided some reason why they didn't test these swabs, and they gave Your Honor none. They also didn't test any of the gloves found in Diego's bag. They had a visual examination, but we know from the state's own evidence that that's not enough. Katrina Ostakovich testified that she has to use a special light to see blood on objects. She called that light an ALS and compared it to a black light, because blood is not always visible to the naked human eye. So Saunders' visual examination of the gloves in Diego's bags should not persuade Your Honor, beyond a reasonable doubt, that they did not have blood on them. The fingerprint evidence in this case is also questionable. At the Daubert hearing, Tim Stewart testified about the APHIS database, and that is a federal database that stores any fingerprints deemed valid enough for comparison taken by federal agents. There are hundreds of thousands of people in that database, and Tim Stewart, before he did his own comparison, ran the latent fingerprint from the phone through that database. And there was no match to Jose Ibarra. He wasn't even in the 120 possible candidates that APHIS populated for Tim Stewart. I want to also speak briefly about confirmation bias. When we were speaking to the medical examiner, she talked about how when she looks at the case, there's information already populated in the system that she doesn't generate. The case, number, and the involved parties. And the involved parties in this case are telegraphed to the scientists at GBI as to how the state wants the evidence to come out. The information said subject Jose Ibarra and elimination Diego and Argenis Ibarra. And unfortunately, when you're testing for DNA and you know ahead of time the result you're supposed to get, that colors the process and weakens the scientific reliability of those DNA tests. Now, as to the phone location data, their theory is that Jose had the phone. Agent Hipkiss testified that Jose is the user of the phone. Their evidence relies on the fact that Jose had exclusive access to that phone, but that is dispositively not true. Norris testified that other individuals were communicating with other members of someone using that phone in October. The stipulation of the parties showed that there were other accounts on that phone. There were 2 Gmails belonging to Diego, and there was some evidence that that email account was active in January of 2024, which is a month prior to this. Rose Bailey had a Facebook Messenger account on there. Jose's mother-in-law had a Gmail account on there. There are multiple Instagram accounts belonging to Diego on there. That's all stipulated. And even if you consider that Jose had the phone, the testimony of Jay Burning shows that there is some shakiness as to exactly where that phone was at the time of the murder. The broad band of where that phone could have been due to the delayed timing evidence of the phone is quite wide. It covers parts of the Laconia forest and parts that are outside the forest. He concluded that the user's phone must have been in the forest because of the lack of Wi-Fi Rubin data, but he also conceded that that Wi-Fi Rubin data could have been lacking if someone turned off their Wi-Fi. That uncertainty as to what caused the Wi-Fi to not respond is reasonable doubt. In the dumpster video, Your Honor should have some doubt based on the angle and the quality of the video. Rose Bailey did identify Jose, but she testified that the reason she identified him was because of the hat and the shoes. The hat that we know Diego owns, and black slides that we know Diego owns too, because the agents found a second pair of black slides in the apartment when they searched him. So the hat and the shoes that Rose Bailey identified for Jose could just have easily been Diego's. In the 911 call, no one identified the voice. I don't know why the state didn't ask Rose Bailey, but she was here. Maybe she could testify to who's speaking, but no one did. And the phrase that the state would like you to believe is being spoken, Yo Tango, was heard by somebody who does not speak Spanish. We don't know what is being said on that call. We don't know who says it. There is an alternative theory in this case that makes sense of some of the discrepancies in the state's case. Jose was short. He was chubby. He was, according to the state, wearing slides the morning of February 22nd. I agree with the state that Laken Riley was physically fit. She was fast. She could have outrun him. But there's another suspect in this case who was taller, who was more physically fit, who was wearing sneakers on the day of the murder, and that is Diego Ibarra. We know from the dumpster video that the person throwing away the jacket is tall, because Officer Zach Davis testified the slot into which the jacket was thrown was about 6 feet high. The person in the video didn't have any trouble. It was parallel to her head or just above it, reaching that slot. That suggests someone is taller than Jose Ibarra. We also know from Joseph Clemente that there was a second person out wearing dark clothing, not a runner, on the day of the murder. He testified that between 9:46 and 9:48, he saw somebody who was skinny, wearing dark clothing, wandering around intramural fields, and was about 6'9" or taller. That description matches Diego to a T. And we know it can't be the same person in the dumpster video because it happens at the same time. The dumpster video is at 9:44. Clemente is pretty certain about his timeline because he's tracking his position using a running app on his phone. Other evidence suggests Diego is the one who killed Laken Riley is, of course, that the fact he was wearing the hat of Laken Riley's blood on February 23rd. Pulling the state, you can see blood on black clothes, so Diego, when he was choosing hats that morning, should have been able to see that the hat was bloody. But more importantly, Officer Epps testified that he observed dirt on the brim of the hat. Tim Johnson testified that he observed dirt on the brim of the hat. There is no way Diego put on that hat without noticing something was strange about it. And the reason he put it on, without questioning why it's got dirt and blood all over it, is because he already knew that it was there. The state would like to say that Diego would have to be the dumbest killer in the world to put it on, but unfortunately for the state, that's exactly what the person in the dumpster video does. After he examines the hat, he puts it back on. So if their theory is that's Jose, or that's Diego, either way, the killer put the hat back on his head after having been committed in a murder. So that argument does not hold water. We know that Diego had 2 cloth gloves in his bags. Both of them are mismatched, meaning that, assuming that they each had a pair, there was a pair of gloves Diego owned that was never found. But while we're talking about gloves, I want to talk about the black gloves that were found in the apartment. We know that they were disposable kitchen gloves, and unfortunately we don't know where they came from because the officers didn't track the investigation that far back. However, Rose Bailey said that they did not come from Utaje, the sushi place where Jose and she worked. They did not come from the place that Jose Ibarra had access to. What we cannot rule out is the Bolton Dining Commons, the UGA dining facility where Diego worked. Why is that important? Because bringing the gloves home shows a step of premeditation. Who had access to do that? Diego. Why would he do that? Because he was planning to use the black gloves at some point. And speaking of gloves, why are there 3 of them found in the bushes? Jose has 2 hands, like everybody else, but there are 3 gloves, and they test all 3 and found presumptive blood on all 3 of them. What that suggests is that there are multiple pairs of hands wearing those gloves. Now, they did enter video evidence of Diego clocking in at work, but that video is not an alibi for Diego because his commute to work was only 10 minutes, and his clock-in time on February 22nd is 3:57, which is 6 hours after the murder. If anything, Diego's work schedule makes him more suspicious because the bus stop that he regularly takes to work is the one featured in the surveillance video near Saraswati's apartment. It is the same bus stop that the officer said they reviewed and never saw Diego. And we know that they should have seen Diego because he took that bus stop to get to work that day, which means the detectives never saw him because they missed him. At least once, possibly more than once. We know that Diego's phone had no service, no location capabilities, and the agents testified that Jose's phone was a go-kart to Jose's race car. If Diego needed to use a phone with service, the phone was already logged into his Facebook, Instagram, and Gmail, he would have taken Jose's. The state argued that Diego didn't act suspicious. Neither did Jose. Both of them complied with police commands. Both of them answered questions and were talking, laughing outside the apartment. Officer Cyan testified that the vibe amongst all the roommates was relaxed. They were smoking cigarettes. You can't assume anything good from Diego's behavior on February 23rd that you can't also attribute to Jose. But it goes beyond the possibility that Diego was involved. Diego himself, multiple times, confirms it. First, by threatening Stephanie Sladen. Now, Ms. Sladen has no incentive to lie, and the state did a lot of work trying to make her look uncredible. And I like that the state is not about shaming females until they're testifying in a way that complicates their evidence. Because they tried to use her sexual relation with Diego to implicate her involvement. They tried to shame her for celebrating her birthday. But the truth of the matter is she was scared and she came forward to the police anyway. She talked to them multiple times. She offered to let them download her phone, even though she was fearful of retaliation. Those are not the actions of someone who's making something up. In the context of that conversation that Sladen was talking about, she tells Diego, I know you're in that area a lot. You must have seen something. You should tell the police. And that's when he said, if you tell them that I was in the area and I might know something, I will tell them that you did it and then I will kill you too. Why is the two important? Because it's implying that he has already killed before. But Sladen is not the only one who's heard statements from Diego that implicate his involvement. Your Honor is aware that there are inmates who have heard Diego say that he was wearing the blue jacket on the day of the murder, that Jose threw it away in the dumpster, presumably for him. He told them that Jose didn't do it, and the police weren't looking carefully enough at the evidence. He put himself on the scene and told those inmates that he saw Laken Riley's body. Your Honor is obviously going to be thinking, well, how did Diego then not show up in the DNA evidence? He might have. We know that there were multiple male profiles on the straw. They said it couldn't be a blood relative because of a YSTR straw, but we know that Diego was not a YSTR comparison from the fingernails. So that could have been Diego on there. And as the people said, the absence of Diego's evidence is not evidence of Diego's absence from this case. Some of the minor profiles on the gloves and the hat were not identified. And the true allele ratios that the state relies on said that the DNA was more likely to be Diego's than Arhannes'. Another theory of the case that is not excluded by the state's evidence is that Jose was an accomplice after the fact of the murder. Maybe it was him throwing away the jacket, as Diego said. Maybe he was covering up for his brother. Maybe one of the two men in the area went to the dumpster, and one went to the retainment pond at 946, which is where Joseph Clementi saw somebody standing. Maybe one of them dumped clothes in a dumpster behind the apartments, and maybe one dumped clothes in the woods, where Officer Krischer found clothes exactly in that area that were not tested because it didn't fit the simplistic narrative of the state. Maybe there were two men involved in covering up Lincoln Riley's body, which is why there were 3 gloves recovered in bushes. 2 people wearing 2 gloves, and we just don't know what happened to the 4th. To explain why there are 2 rocks in this case. We know that Jose was looking for Diego on the morning of February 22nd, because Agent Hipkiss testified that at 2:30 in the morning, there's a missed call from Jose to Diego. So there is some evidence that he was looking for Diego. The Spanish phrase in the 911 call could be Yo Tango, but it could also be the name Diego. That could be Jose saying his brother's name. Under that theory, of course, Jose would be guilty of tampering, but that theory does not prove that he was present or involved in the murder of Lincoln Riley. I want to speak last about 2 specific charges, aggravated assault with intent to rape and the peeping Tom charge. Their basis for concluding that the aggravated assault was intent to rape was the state of the clothes and the markings on her body. But Maxwell, the officer who found Lincoln Riley, testified that the area where he found Laken had vines and thorns. He testified about those catching on his uniform as he walked around looking for her. And they also, so it could have been that she was cut up by the vegetation in the area. We know that she unfortunately was dragged at some point because the scene where the blood is separate from where her body was found. So the scratches could have come from her being dragged to another area. And we also know it's unlikely to have been the scratches of her assailant from the fingernails, if that assailant was Jose, because when Daniela Stewart went to take his fingernail clippings the day after the murder, they were too short to take any clippings without having cut into the quick and being very painful. So it's unlikely to have been Jose's fingernails that caused those scratches. We also know that she had bloody marks on her ankles that didn't correspond to the wound, which suggests that somebody with bloody hands grabbed her ankles and used that to move her. And that could explain how her clothes were pulled up in that dragging position. We know that there was a struggle. We know that Miss Riley fought. Somehow her clothes could have ended up twisted in that struggle. And lastly, the intent to rape is a very specific intent. It's not just an intent to sexually assault someone. It's not just an intent to look at someone. It's not just an intent to expose their breasts. It has to be the intent to commit the legal definition of rape. And in this case, there's no evidence of trauma, according to Dr. DeMarco, of anything like that having happened or even attempted to happen. As far as the peeping Tom, the only part of the evidence I wanted to highlight for you at this point is that when Ms. Saraswati identified someone looking into her apartment, she said she never saw any part of his face, only the rim of his hat. So I think there's reasonable doubt that someone was actually able to look in. It may have just been the hat that was visible to Ms. Saraswati. Just want to be honest. Evidence that is subject to more than one interpretation is not proof beyond reasonable doubt. I would remind Your Honor that even if you think the alternative theories of the evidence are less likely, but they present any reasonable doubt, you would still be required to find Mr. Ibarra not guilty. We ask that Your Honor apply the exacting standard of the law to these facts and find Jose Ibarra not guilty. Thank you. So, what we just heard really is magic pixie dust defense. It is not reasonable, it is not supported by any evidence, and it is desperate. And it is a combination of a break with reality and mischaracterization of the evidence. And I can just give you a few examples. They did not report, the GBI did not report that someone else's DNA who used to work at the crime lab was in any of these items of evidence. That was not the testimony at all. The testimony is that they have a validation for true allele. And if any amount, it was a 4% contributor, falls below their threshold, those are not reliable results, which is how they compensate for the known error rate of true allele. The GBI will not report results below the known error rate of true allele. Every single result in this case that is before Your Honor is reliable, reproducible, and validated. That's why they reported it. If it were not those things, they would not have reported it. And then let me give you another example of the desperation. Well, the straw could be Diego's. No, it can't. It wasn't a YSTR result with the straw. It was a true allele result. And it was this defendant's DNA on the straw with a mixture of someone who the expert testified is not a male relative. He could not be on that straw. So what we have heard is truly a mix between mischaracterization of the evidence and the magic pixie dust defense. There is no reasonable explanation for all of this evidence other than he is guilty of every single count in this indictment. And the you should acquit him because Tejasvi only saw the rim of the hat. That completely ignores that there is a head on the hat. That is desperate. And she said herself, he peeked. I see him peeping in my window in the body cam video. He is guilty of that, which shows his state of mind. And her aggravated assault intent to rape truly is what I thought it would be, which is he killed her but he didn't try to rape her. Her underwear is torn. And I know Your Honor is an experienced jurist. There are multiple cases out there in the state of Georgia that disheveled clothing alone is enough to support a conviction for aggravated assault with intent to rape. But we have more than that because we have his motive 73 minutes before, and we have evidence of her clothes going in two separate directions. So those are, as my old trial partner used to say, just ink in the water. That's just to distract the court. The defendants, our evidence isn't based upon him having exclusive access to the phone. We never said that. She said that. What we have said is he had the phone that day, and there's no evidence to contradict that testimony. In order for you to find him not guilty, you would have to ignore all the evidence. They're saying, don't believe the DNA, it's not reliable. Don't believe the fingerprints, it's not reliable. And by the way, Tim Stewart covered in the true allele, or excuse me, the Dalbert fingerprint hearing, that it is not unusual to not get an APHIS hit, but still do a hand-to-hand comparison and have a match. And his results, if you're at least a bit skeptical about them, and you shouldn't be based on his experience and his training and the methodology and the board that he created and how he explained how he got there, were blind peer-reviewed by another completely different examiner who came to the same conclusion. This is reliable evidence. This is reliable forensic evidence. And then they're like, oh, well, don't believe the digital evidence because you can't believe that either. There's no reason for you not to believe all the evidence in this case that's been put before you. And when you look at all of it together, it has only one reasonable explanation, is that he is guilty of everything in this indictment. And for the past week, Miss Jackson and I have been fighting for Laken Riley every day in this courtroom. We're done. Our work is done. And we turn this case over to you to make a decision on all of this evidence in this case. And we are asking you, in your decision, to render a verdict that speaks the truth about what happened that day, on the 22nd day of February, 2024, when this man took the life of an innocent woman, just going about her business, living her best life for no reason. It's senseless, and only you can end it. We're asking you to find him guilty of every single count in this indictment, to bring justice to Laken, her family, her friends, Tejasvi, and your entire community here in Athens. Thank you.
You all want to review the verdict form again. It's the same one you looked at yesterday, but you're welcome to look at it again. All right, a couple of things before I announce the verdict. I want to point out that typically my role in a trial, in a criminal trial, is to manage the process. And the fact-finding is done by a jury. That wasn't the case in this trial. I managed the process, try to, and I was also the finder of fact, and that is somewhat of a different role than we typically see. I'll tell you that you may have seen me, I make notes during the trial. I probably filled up 2 legal pads full of notes during the trial, but the closings, I want to just listen, and that's what I did. But I wrote down 2 things in the closing. One was a statement by Ms. Ross that the evidence was overwhelming and powerful. And then I also wrote down what Ms. Beck said, that I'm required to set aside my emotions. That's the same thing that we tell jurors and we're giving them their job. That's the way I have to approach this. And I did. Both of those statements are correct. I'll now announce the verdict. In the state of Georgia versus Jose Antonio Ibarra, case SU 24CR0323, count 1, malice murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 2, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 3, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 4, felony murder. I find the defendant guilty. Count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury. I find the defendant guilty. Count 6, aggravated assault with intent to rape. I find the defendant guilty. Count 7, aggravated battery, I find the defendant guilty. Count 8, obstructing or hindering a 911 call, I find the defendant guilty. Count 9, tampering with evidence, I find the defendant guilty. Count 10, peeping Tom, I find the defendant guilty. I certainly will allow both sides to look at this if you want to do it. The next step is sentencing. I'm prepared to go forward with that now, or if either side suggests that you need a few minutes, an hour break or something to do that, then I'll certainly do that as well. Consider that. Sure. I understand. We will recess till 12:30. Recess till 12:30. Will that work?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay, thank you. You ready?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
For sentencing, we would first like to present victim impact testimony to His Honor, and then I will proceed with talking about merger issues like that in the sense that the state would be seeking. But I'm going to go at this time and call the witnesses up who wish to be heard for victim impact. So first I would like to call Allison Phillips. And why don't Allison, John, and Owen come on up together, the three of you. And the defense counsel has agreed that there's no need to swear the witnesses for the statement. If you could come over here, Ms. Phillips. So before the court, Your Honor, first will be Allison Phillips, and she's Laken's mom. Behind her is her husband and Laken's stepfather, John Phillips, and then their daughter, Laken's sister, Lauren.
Hey, thanks, Jay Case, and also to Vicky White up there. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's cool. She's a paramedic, huh? Good job. Kind of runs in the family there, I guess. Yeah, I would totally do. I think the same thing. I don't know how anybody can even sit around and listen to this crap. I mean, just what a monster. But anyways, listen to these. What do you call it? Testimonials here.
Your Honor, on February 22nd of 2024, our family and friends were given a life sentence without a chance of parole. Jose Barro took no pity on my scared, panicked, and struggling child. There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure. On that horrific day, my precious daughter was attacked, beaten, and shown no mercy.
What I said was, JD, if you actually pay attention, sometimes I wonder if you're a troll or not. It's hard to tell. But what I said was that the bench trial is with the judge only, but the defense rarely wants to just do a bench trial because you can always get a dipshit person on a jury if you could just pay attention for 5 minutes. That's what I said. It's like you only heard, oh, a jury, you, Gray said there was a jury. Yeah, you must have missed it all. Weird.
She fought for her life and dignity and to save herself from being brutally raped. This sick, twisted, and evil...
Right, that's what I said. Right. They're saying if they go with the jury, there could be a dipshit on the jury if they got to select. I mean, exactly. I said exactly what you wrote is exactly what I said. My God. I don't know how you're reading it, but I said it exactly that way because that's what it means. Usually the defendant doesn't want a bench trial because there could always be a dipshit sympathizer on the jury, meaning he might have been found... Oh, my God.
Howard showed no regard for Laken or human life. We are asking that same be done to him. Laken had a beautiful and bright future. She was smart, hardworking, kind, thoughtful,
way to go,
and most importantly, she was a child of God. She had a personal relationship with Jesus, and she loved being the hands and feet of his hands and feet in this world.
She shared her love for our Lord with others through her mission trips, working with elderly at the nursing homes, and through her nursing career. Laken was an amazing friend, sister, niece, daughter, and granddaughter. Anyone who knew her knew about her loving heart. Laken's life was not the only life taken on that day that Jose Ibarra attacked her. The life of her family and friends was taken too. None of us will ever be the same. This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren. And he took my best friend. He ripped away every beautiful memory we will ever be able to make with her again. This horrific individual robbed us all of our hopes and dreams for Laken. Your Honor, I'm asking you to please give Jose Ibarra the same thing he gave us when he made the choice to take Laken's life and destroy ours. He showed no mercy on Laken when she was begging for her life. There's no end to the pain and suffering that he inflicted on her family and her friends. I'm asking you to please give this monster life without any chance of parole so that he never gets the chance to hurt anyone else ever again.
I'd like to thank Your Honor for the opportunity to speak today. I truly appreciate it. I heard in the opening statements from the defense that the loss of a life that was apparently full of promise is tragic. Well, I'm here today to let Your Honor and the entire world know that Laken's life was not apparently full of promise, but instead was abundantly and exceptionally full of promise, and was a shining beacon in the life of everyone that knew her, that ever came in contact with her. I'm so proud of Laken and the beautiful person she was. And while I can stand here and try to tell the world the things that made her such a wonderful person, as well as the many things we have all been robbed and deprived of, I think one of her last journal entries, dated 12/17/23, says it best. So here we go. To my future husband. As silly as I feel writing this, my old small group leader once recommended it, so here I am. To my future husband, I want you to know that I'm thinking about you. I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be. I'm working through my current relationships to best prepare me for ours and our kids one day. I'm focusing on God and what He defines as a faithful Christian wife, and so that I can best embody those characteristics. I pray that you know that it is with my full faith and trust in God that I know this relationship has been handcrafted by Him. I pray that we continue to glorify the Lord, prioritize Him in every aspect of our lives, and raise our family, our future family, to be God-fearing Christians as well. I pray God is the center of our relationship as it is a gift from Him. I thank Him for you before I even know you, and can't wait to love you in the best way I know how for the rest of our lives. I pray you know and feel the importance of my love and hopes for our relationship. No matter what challenges we face, I pray that our trust in God and love for one another overrules the obstacle. May our relationship last forever. Your future wife, Laken. That, Your Honor, was our beautiful Laken. That, Your Honor, is just a glimpse of what was tragically and brutally taken from her and us that day. The best daughter, sister, granddaughter, friend, and overall person that you could ever hope to meet. While it's true that none of our lives will ever be the same, we refuse to let this person rob Laken of the hope she gave to her family, loved ones, friends, and the world as a whole. We will proudly carry this hope on in her name in the days ahead and for the rest of our lives, because together we can all keep hope alive. So today, I plead with this court to protect the world from this truly evil person by sentencing him to prison for life without the possibility of parole for any reason, so that he can never have the opportunity to do this to anyone else ever again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Next Honor is Lauren Phillips.
Your Honor, I wish I could truly put into words how much the tragedy that occurred on February 22nd, 2024 has affected me, but I don't think I'll ever be able to do so. With that being said, I'm going to attempt with the best of my ability to do that for you today. My name is Lauren Phillips, and I have the amazing privilege of living with Laken Riley as my older sister. Laken was and will forever be my most favorite person. She was my biggest role model, and I looked up to her in every way. She brought the joy that I needed into my life and never failed to make me laugh. There was absolutely nothing that I wouldn't do for Laken, and nothing that she wouldn't do for me. Laken was my biggest protector, and I always had this sense of comfort and safety in her presence. We've been inseparable ever since the moment I was born, and I've been lost ever since she was senselessly stripped from our lives by Jose Antonio Ibarra. I now have this hole in my heart and in my life that I know will never be filled. I had to walk the stage of my high school graduation without my biggest supporter and cheerleader in the crowd. I had to finish my senior year of high school, which most would say is the happiest and most surreal part of your life. It was simply the opposite for me. I had to turn 18 and become an adult without the one person I looked up to there by my side. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again. I now have the burden of dealing with the fact that my best friend and sister will never come home again. She'll never send me another daily good morning text, funny TikTok, or silly Snapchat. The true sense of joy I felt when she would randomly surprise me will never happen again. I will never get to hear her infectious laugh or see her light of a smile ever again. I now get to explain to people when they ask me if I have a sibling that I no longer have one, and not just because she passed away, but because she got brutally attacked and murdered. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I'm terrified of people like Jose Ibarra. My parents will never be the same after losing their daughter in this tragic way. Seeing their heartbreak is excruciating. We were once a happy family of 4, and now there is an evident hole where her presence is forever felt. We are a broken family of 3, struggling to find out how to live this life through the silence and emptiness that her absence has left behind. The joy that she brought to our home has been completely replaced with grief, and we are just left holding the pieces of a life that will never feel whole again. She will not get to be at my wedding, and next to me is my maid of honor. I get to deal with explaining to my future children what happened to their Aunt Laken, and why they won't ever be able to get to feel her love or be spoiled by her. All of these experiences were and will be stripped of me against my will, and I now live in a constant state of fear, anger, and sadness. I think about how my sister saw exactly what was coming and had no way of preventing it. I think about how scared she must have been, and how that man is the only one to truly witness that scene. I'm not sure why he did this to my Laken, and I know I will never understand. I've waited for him to have a reason, but as the details of this case have unfolded, I realize I'll never get any peace or closure. What Jose Ibarra did to my sister is almost unbearable to listen to. I am completely disgusted having to even look and be in the same room as him. That predator is inhumane and is the epitome of evil. I have no doubt in my mind that the monster sitting in this room with us today is the same monster that encountered my precious sister on February 22nd, 2024, where he proceeded to attack, assault, beat, murder, and attempt to rape her. Jose Antonio Ibarra has completely and utterly ruined my life, and I can only hope and pray that he receives a sentence that ruins his. Thank you.
Y'all here for go?
Your Honor, I stand here today as a grieving father whose heart was shattered in ways I never thought possible. My daughter, Laken Riley, was not just our child, she was the light of my life, the person who brought joy to every room she entered. And now that light has been extinguished forever, taken from us in the most senseless and violent way imaginable. The pain I feel is unexplainable. Every day I am reminded that my daughter is gone. I will never hear her laugh again, never see her smile, never hold her hand or feel her hug. She was taken from us, from her family, from her friends, from her future. Our world has been torn apart, and no matter what happens here today, nothing will ever bring her back. I am haunted by the thought of the fear she must have felt in those final moments, and it breaks my heart knowing that she suffered. I have to live with the fact that I could not protect her when she needed me the most. The pain of not being there, of not being able to stop what happened to her, is something I will never escape. My daughter had so many dreams, so many hopes for the future. She had worked so hard to become a nurse, to work with children, and spread the love of God. She was a loving, kind, and intelligent young woman. She had so much to offer the world, and her life was taken from her far too soon. I will never get to see her achieve those dreams.
Earlier today when I was watching this, you know, I always tell people on this channel there's no such thing as closure. I said it earlier on the show, but maybe there's different people watching. But the sentence that I came up with was, there is no closure, only the finishing of a chapter in the infinite book of tragedy. See, because it just keeps going and going. There's never, you know, it gets easier and easier. However, the book never ends. It's an infinite book. And you might be able to get through each chapter and chapter and chapter, but the book's never finished. So there's no such thing as closing the book.
The void that has been left is unmeasurable. The impact of the loss on our family is immeasurable. As a father, I am forever burdened with the pain of losing my child. I will spend the rest of my life trying to navigate this grief, trying to make sense of the world that took my daughter from our family. But I will never forget her. I will keep her memory alive. And I hope justice is served for her, not only because I'm her father, but because she deserves it. I ask that you consider this life that was taken, the pain that has been caused, and the lasting effects of this tragedy on everyone who loved our amazing daughter, Laken Hope Riley. Thank you.
Release signer, Sethiena Trudie
Good afternoon. As I stated in my testimony, my name is Connolly Huth. Laken Riley was my roommate for 2 years, my devoted and loyal running partner for 2 years, and my best friend forever. I stand before you looking at you through eyes that have seen, ears that have heard, and a heart that has felt emotions no body, and especially no 22-year-old should have to. On February 21st, my life was complete. I woke up on February 21st at 7:30 a.m., walked out of my bedroom door to streamers hung outside of my bedroom from the top of the door frame to the floor, balloons blown, decorations taped, and gifts presented precisely on my kitchen island. Laken did it. It was my 22nd birthday. She had a 5 a.m. nursing clinical, yet she woke up at 4:30 a.m. to make me feel loved and appreciated, because that is who Laken Riley was. I went to dinner that night with my roommates and my family, and ended the night with my roommates, and especially Laken, showering me with love. It is clear and evident that this defendant, Jose Ibarra, has never felt this type of love and appreciation. I've been impacted by this brutal, cowardice, and preventable tragedy in every way, shape, and form. I no longer have a best friend that I relay every thought or worry to. I no longer run every day. I lost my partner, and I lost the joy of what running was before Laken was taken from us. I cannot imagine running when I constantly am looking over my shoulder in public, wondering if I am next. I live with excruciating guilt every day that I was not accompanying Laken on this run, and that it was her and not me. And I hope and pray that it will never happen again to anyone. Along with this, the crime that this monster committed ruined one of the most special places in our friendship. Lake Herrick was Laken and I's safe space. We loved to go on running adventures throughout the park together. We had a code called dock time. Dock time consisted of either ending our runs or taking a calming walk to the dock at Lake Herrick. Here, we would sit in silence, play music, or talk while sitting on the dock, simply enjoying each other's presence. All it took was a text saying, "I need dock time," and we were on the way to debrief whatever we needed to discuss. Now, when I think of this beautiful spot, I think of the terror and horror my sweet best friend had to endure at the hands of this monster. I think of all the things I have to do now to remember Laken. At times, I forget how she laughs or how she sounds, and I have to resort to looking through my camera roll of hundreds of videos I have. Videos where I talk to my future kids and introduce them to their Aunt Laken in college. To talk to my friend, I have to drive 20 minutes to her grave and sit and talk to her with no response, screaming at the sky. When I want to remember her, I have to go to my closet and pull out her clothes I was given and smell them to remember how she smelled. As I stand up here today, I'm wearing one of Laken's shirts. This shirt has sat in my closet for months. Not because I'm saving it for an occasion, but because I cannot afford to not remember these things like this about her. I sit in therapy week after week trying to heal February 22nd and life after. When I hear emergency vehicle sirens, I am triggered. I sat that day and watched dozens of emergency personnel drive by as I sat helpless. My roommates and I had to draw our own conclusions that the pinnacle of our house was no longer here when we watched a coroner drive by us after sitting at the fields for 2 hours with no answers. Our fears were confirmed when we received a university-wide email that alerted students, faculty, and staff that a female was deceased. I lost faith in humanity the day that my kind, selfless, beautiful, smart, loving, and perfect best friend left this earth.
I will never understand why it had to happen in the first place, but more importantly, why out of all people it had to be her. The world lost a girl who would take the clothes off her back for her family, friends, and even strangers, who studied and devoted her life to Christ in nursing so she could save lives and make a difference in this world. Laken cannot be replaced. If you had the ability to bring her back out of all this, I would give up every earthly possession I have to see her infectious smile, hear her contagious laugh, and her infamous love you girl, and I would hug her neck, but you cannot. Laken made this world, and more specifically my world, better. My first years of college, when I did not know Laken, I went home all the time. My last years of college, you had to drag me home. That was because Laken was my person. So, Your Honor, I wish to proclaim the maximum sentence for the defendant, as I will never be the same, her loving, beautiful family will never be the same, and this world will never be the same. I hope this sentencing sets a precedent, so it stops with Laken and fails to happen to anyone again. Laken was a hero and a warrior, she died a hero and a warrior, and she is a hero and warrior to all of us. Laken was my source of light, joy, and unwavering happiness, so when her life is taken, so is the part of me that knew how to truly feel those things again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Lily Steiner.
Your Honor, my name is Lily Steiner, and as mentioned in my testimony, I was one of Laken's roommates, friends, and family. On the day of February 22nd, 2024, Laken Riley was taken by Jose Ibarra from her family, her roommates, her friends, her sorority sisters.
Yeah, I think here's a better way to write it. I mean, kind of similar, but it's just, there's no such thing as closure, only the completion of chapters in the infinite book of tragedy. Man, that sounds pretty good. I gotta like put that on a mug or something.
Her classmates, her future children, her future husband, and her future patients. This trial focused on the death of Laken, which has overshadowed the life that she lived, the life that was stolen from this community. Laken was the most driven student with the biggest heart of anyone I think I ever will meet. As roommates, we got to spend a whole lot of time together. We had our family dinners that were strictly chili. We watched Dancing with the Stars every Tuesday. We had almost daily Starbucks runs, which I hoped to do that morning when I checked her location around the time she took her final breaths. We'd often get to a point at least once a week where we'd get emotional, thinking about what life was going to be like once we graduated. Laken held a place in all of our imaginary futures. Now Sophia, Connolly, and I graduated in May, required to move on with our lives, while Laken can't. We have the privilege to get jobs and move to an exciting new city to experience post-grad life, but Laken doesn't. I'm currently working as a medical assistant, waking up every day dreading that I won't get a text from her to make my day better. I'm striving to work in the medical field, but I know I can never be half the healthcare worker that Laken would have been and that the world was deprived of. While living together, we often would play outside of our house in the middle of the street, specifically Foursquare, listening to a playlist I made called Playtime with My Family. Our home was such a special place to us, one that was tainted. Athens has never been the same, nor will it ever be. Shortly after Laken's death, I had to come back to UGA to finish my classes without Laken and without the safe space that we built together, and it was awful. Every time I wanted to go somewhere, I had to drive by the apartments that provided a roof over his head while he got to rip away ours. Life without Laken has been so dull, and having to learn how to navigate time without her, through grief, anger, and fear has been beyond difficult. So many people are lost without her. Laken made her short time on Earth so significant that she managed to impact those who she never even met. Laken left a colossal legacy to everyone she touched, and I have zero doubt that she is still not finished building it. And that is something Jose Ibarra will never be able to take away. I hope to never say his name again, but to shout Laken's every chance I get. I kindly ask Your Honor that you help us all in our long healing journey by allotting the maximum sentence for Jose that unfortunately still won't make up for the beautiful life taken.
Your Honor, my name is Sethiena Trudie. I'm Laken Riley's roommate of 3 years. I stand before you today with a heart full of grief, sadness, and an overwhelming sense of loss of my best friend. Laken wasn't just my best friend. She was my roommate, my sorority sister, and above all, she was my chosen family. The joy and kindness Laken brought into my life every single day can never fully be put into words. We confided in each other, supported each other through life's challenges, and celebrated our joys together. The loss of my best friend has shattered my world in ways I never thought possible. I never imagined that I'd have to navigate life without her by my side. Every day, her friends, family, and loved ones carry the weight of her absence, a weight that is heavy and unrelenting. Laken was my fearless other half. As someone who's reserved and awkward, Laken was always there to nudge me to step out of my comfort zone. She would pull me onto the dance floor and encourage me to try new things and remind me to live life to the fullest. I trusted her completely, and I always knew she was there for me, as I was for her. Those small, precious pieces of life that we once took for granted are now reminders of what I've lost. Laken taught so many people in her life invaluable lessons. She showed me how to find joy in every moment, how to embrace life with an open heart, and how to dance in a crowded room without caring what anyone else thought. These lessons will stay with me forever. Laken was not just my best friend. She was a devoted daughter, a loving sister, and a cherished friend to so many. She was an exceptional student with a bright future ahead of her, destined to become a nurse who would touch countless lives with her compassion and care. I miss hearing her laugh, seeing her smile, and hearing her voice, all of which brought warmth and light to all those around her. Now we are forced to confront an unthinkable reality. We will never again hear the joy of her laughter, feel the warmth of her smile, or find peace in the sound of her voice. The loss of Laken has left a hole in our hearts that can never be filled. The monster who took Laken's life has clearly never known love, like the love Laken showed everyone in her life. Love that was boundless, love that was a testament to the amazing person she was. Jose Ibarra barely attacked Laken. Her now spaces that were once filled with joy and peace are places I fear for my safety. I now live my life in a fear, constantly looking on my shoulder with the new reality that the unexpected can happen. A world Laken taught me to embrace is now a world I feel unsafe in. Every day I put on a brave face as I step into my classroom, ready to teach and support my students. I mask my emotions and fears to shield them from the harsh realities of the world, preserving their sense of security and innocence in the world. Yet inside I'm struggling, holding back tears until I can slip away to the bathroom or wait for the school day to end so I can finally let my true emotions surface beyond those four walls. February 22nd, 2024 is a day I will never forget. It is a day Jose Ibarra chose to commit an unthinkable act of murder Laken. He took from this world somebody who embodied love and light. Jose took my light, my sense of joy, my best friend, and my other half. Losing Laken has left an enormous hole in my life. The world feels quieter, emptier, and far less joyful without her in it. Her absence is felt in every corner of my day-to-day life, and I don't know how to fill the space that she once occupied. But what I do know is this. Laken's legacy of love, kindness, and friendship will live in all of us who knew her. The love she gave so freely will continue to guide me as I navigate this life without her. Jose Antonio Ibarra took Laken's life, and I hope that your verdict ensures that Jose experiences lifelong pain that is only a small glimpse of the pain he will live with daily since the loss of Laken. No punishment will ever truly account for what Jose has done, but it is my hope that justice will honor Laken's memory and the profound impact she had on all of our lives. Thank you.
Abby, have a nice This is Abby Havner. What we do for you? Can you read it? I can. Okay. So, Your Honor, on this hearing, Howell will be reading the statement for Abby. And this is Abby's statement that she prepared, but will be read right here.
It was 1:49 p.m. on February 22nd of 2024 that I learned Laken was missing. I immediately text her, "Laken, where are you? Why are people saying you're missing?" Just minutes after 2:17 p.m., a campus email came out confirming my worst nightmare. Laken had been found unconscious and not breathing. Laken, the girl I met in middle school and became best friends with our freshman year of high school. The girl I couldn't imagine being far away from when it came time for college, so we both decided to attend the University of Georgia together. The girl who stuck by me and got me through some of my toughest times in life, as well as accompanied me during some of my best. The loss of her is something I will never be able to come to terms with. I will never be able to come to terms with the fact that I was sitting in class just down the road, going about my day, the morning this horrific event was taking place. I will never not think about the last time I saw her, the pink sweatshirt she was wearing, and the last words she ever said to me. I will never not think about all the things I would have said had I known it would be my last time seeing her and talking to her. Myself, everyone up here, and the world has lost such a special person. Laken was intelligent, patient, loyal, driven, and kind. Her pureness and love for the Lord were evident and shined through her in a way unlike anyone I have ever met before. She is in a better place, but it is not fair that the rest of us still here on earth have to suffer because of this individual's actions. Because of this individual, some of my happiest days, such as the day I get married and have kids, will be forever accompanied by a feeling of grief, a sadness that Laken will not be there with me to experience them. Because of this individual, I have so many fun memories, but no one here to share them with. Because of this individual, I will be searching for the rest of my life for a friendship like the one I shared with Laken, but I know I will never find one because ours was simply unreplicable. I am here today to support Laken. I hope to provide only a fraction of the support she continuously gave me during her time here on Earth. I miss her desperately and long for the day I get to see her again. Since February 22nd of 2024, I will forever be changed.
Sophia Plum. L-O-M-I-N.
Good afternoon. February 22nd, 2022 changed my life forever. Not being in Athens that day will forever haunt me. Finding out through an email will forever haunt me. And seeing this posted all over social media will forever haunt me. Laken Riley was my best friend, the person I told everything to, and the person I trusted with anything. The pain of the last 9 months has been indescribable. If you would have asked me a year ago where I thought I'd be and what I would do in 2024, I'd tell you I'd be finishing up my second to last semester of college with Laken as my roommate as she finishes nursing school. I'd tell you we spent St. Patrick's Day together in Savannah, and
Yeah, it's not really relevant, but that last girl, she should have figured out, just worked through saying it herself, because she'll always feel bad about not doing that. You know, she'll probably feel like, you know, she could have been, you know, a little stronger for her friend on that day. And I'm not saying, oh, what she did was bad. Some people just can't do it, but I think she'll always have one of those things. So if you're ever in a situation, just do it, man. You just say what you need to get. Just say it, even if you're crying and all that crap. Just do it, so you have no regrets.
I tell you we went on that trip we planned to New York. I tell you she finally got me into running, and she would train me for the ad half this year.
That is what friends said about him. He seemed like some kind of, yeah, he was just like this. Yeah, my brother was always like everybody's, like he was just in the room, they were happy, you know.
This year, I tell you many things and many of our plans, but instead I get to tell you how different my year was. I get to tell you that I can't do anything by myself anymore, even in broad daylight. I get to tell you that a town I used to love being in just fills me with dread. That everywhere I go just reminds me of places we used to hang out and go on walks to. I tell you that I can't go past our old house and haven't been able to return to the IM field since. I tell you the weight of emptiness I feel when I still go to text her sometimes. This is now something I have to live with for the rest of my life, knowing her life was taken too soon, and things I was looking forward to will never happen. Being at each other's weddings, graduating together, and seeing each other's start our careers. This wasn't just a life that was taken, it was a future stolen. It's difficult living with knowing that nothing and nobody will ever fill the hole that's been left in our absence. I will never get to experience her famous belly laugh again, her comforting presence, or her cheering me on as we go through life. So many what-ifs play in my head over and over. If just one more thing maybe would have changed her path that day. But instead, my reality is that she is not here. And that because of what this animal did, we have sat here all week hearing every fraction of evidence and reliving the worst days of our life on repeat. I know nothing will bring her back, even though I so badly wish it would, but justice would bring comfort to us all. No one who can take away such a light and sweet soul deserves to walk free ever again. The death of my best friend has changed my life forever.
Carrie Howell.
Hi, Your Honor. I've started this over and over and over.
You know, and sometimes there's that one person that's the glue to everybody else, being friends. I bet you that's exactly what she was. I wonder if they're all still just as good of friends.
Feeling paralyzed in my thoughts. With overwhelming emotions, not knowing which direction to go, because there's so much that can be said today. Everyone has spoken so beautifully over her, and I had the privilege of getting to speak about her at her celebration of life and getting to talk about all of the beautiful and wonderful things about her. My name is Carrie Howell, and my husband Matt and I have had the blessing of calling Laken and Lauren's parents, John and Allison Phillips, our best friends. John and Matt met in college, where they were roommates and fraternity brothers, and they formed a bond as friends that grew into a true brotherhood. This brotherhood between them extended to connect our families together in the same exact way. It is a friendship that runs deep and loves big. Our families and children have grown up together and had many adventures and vacations together over the last 20 plus years. We have had the privilege and joy of watching Laken and Lauren grow up 272 days ago, on the morning of February 22nd, 2024, our lives were forever changed in a way none of us could have ever imagined. The moment I got the call from my husband that Laken had not returned home from her morning run, that no one could get her on the phone, and she was missing, I knew in my heart something horrific had happened to her. I had the worst feeling that she was no longer with us, but I prayed and prayed and prayed as I frantically got ready to make the drive to Athens to be with my friends. I was begging the Lord for her to still be alive, and as terrible as this would be, that she had just been kidnapped and would be found physically unharmed and alive, or that she would be able to escape to safety, and praying she wasn't being trafficked. I was literally praying for her to not be kidnapped. Like, that sounds so crazy. But that just at the time seemed better than the alternative. I've never prayed for anyone to be kidnapped. I get the calls on my phone, and in fact, I pray for those people to be found and unharmed. Can you imagine your pleading prayers with the Lord being for someone you adore and love to just be kidnapped? That option gave me hope in that moment that she would be brought back to her family alive. I was desperate for my friends. This nightmare spiraled out of control when I received another call from my husband while I was on the road to Athens. John had called my husband, and he said to my husband, "She's with Jesus, brother." That will never leave my memory. As my oldest daughter and I sat in traffic on our way to Athens, time seemed to have stopped in that moment. Yet, as we are here 272 days later, time has continued. It has continued in ebbs and flows of every emotion you can experience. Time has stood still in utter disbelief that this precious human is gone, while day-to-day life continues on. This was an act of pure evil at the hands of Jose Antonio Ibarra. He willfully chose to prey on innocent young women on the morning of February 22nd, with Laken Hope Riley being the young woman he would succeed in torturing in the most excruciating and brutal way while she fought not only for her life, but for her dignity. He must have believed that she was there for his taking, that he was entitled to whatever sick, perverted urges and desires he had that morning. Not one person on this planet has even one right to take what they want from a person simply because they want it. Yet Jose did that. Because of his evil actions, we are all being forced to learn how to navigate life with the stark, harsh reality of Laken no longer being here. Her amazing friends have been robbed of the beautiful gift of lifelong friendships and doing life together with their future husbands and children, the way my family and the Phillips family have been blessed to do all of these years. Her grandparents and aunts and uncles and cousins feel the absence of her presence constantly and have been robbed of the continued blessing of her being a bright light in their family. My family and I have journeyed alongside our dear friends as they attempt to navigate and learn how to live a new normal without their oldest daughter. I've gotten to know my best friend's face in a new way, the way I would give back if I could make returns on the most devastating circumstances life can hold. I look at her and I know when a situation is too much. I know when a comment is too much. I know when to be silent and where she needs encouragement. This year is showing on all of our faces, like the harshness of cold winter days, that there seems to be no end in sight. But we will keep fighting because we refuse to allow Jose Antonio Ibarra to take anything else from us, and we serve a good and mighty God. We've already been forced to journey through our annual family vacation without her, family get-togethers, fun events. And the absence of her presence is so deafening. I mean, sure, we still laugh and we're still living. We're still here. So we have to keep living, and we're going to honor her with everything that we have. And we're just going to keep trusting in the Lord to help our dear friends and sweet Lauren with all of the things that they're now not going to experience with their daughter. No parent should have to say goodbye to their daughter in this manner. The loss of a child is devastating no matter what the circumstances are. But when it's something like this where evil intentionally goes out to harm somebody, there's no words for it. And so today I stand before you with her friends and family, and we ask you, Your Honor, to bring earthly justice for our precious Laken and for all of us who love her so very much. She was truly one of the most precious people.
I was going to tell you, this is the couple in the first case that we covered. Zozo got it in a group or something out there somewhere. But anyways, this is that's them right there. Those are the 86-year-old and 85-year-old that were just killed.
That I've ever had the honor of knowing. She exhibited the fruit of the Spirit in the Bible because she truly lived her life for Jesus, as you got to hear John read in her journal entry. That was her. That was a private entry, not for anyone else. And you got to see the type of person that she truly is in her heart. Pure and lovely, and her laugh that everyone has talked about, literally one of all of our favorite things about her. And we never get to hear it again because of him. So we ask, Your Honor, for you to consider in your sentencing for him to not be able to ever be out of prison and for him to spend all of his days there without any possibility of getting out. Thank you.
You know what their attorneys say? Well, if you give him a chance to get out, we'll put a stipulation in there that he can't go back to, can't stay in the U.S. So just set a parole date and then we'll send him back to Venezuela, so he can kill other people over there. What idiots these people are.
It is Carrie Howell. Carrie? Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, that at this time completes the statements for victim impact evidence from Laken's family and friends. The state would also have a few more items to present for victim impact, and then I'll address the indictment with the court. And one of the things I wanted to share with the court is that a lot of times when we hear victim impact evidence, it is very much so the way that we hear it here in court. Hold on, I'm going to pause this. But what we have in this case is something that I ran across in my review of the evidence in this case, which is really 1 minute of where this court will be able to get the true impact of what the murder of Laken Riley did to her family and the impact of his actions on her family. Because what the investigators did in this case is, as you know, they were all wearing body cam videos, and there's hundreds of hours of it in here. And there is one moment where, and I'm just going to play 1 minute of it, just 1 minute of the horror that this family has gone through in the last 9 months and what they're going to continue to go through for the rest of their lives. And it is the moment that they learned that their daughter was dead. And in this video clip that I'm showing, which I've marked as stage 333,
what a nightmare.
At the top right corner, it's at 1950. You'll see a black truck.
Nobody knows what to do either. I remember feeling like that.
I don't want to tell you yes or no because I don't have names. I don't know who anybody is.
That's what they endured. And that's how it was on that day.
This fucking shit.
When they came here
That psycho
to look
over
for their
there.
daughter.
Makes that
And what it took
stupid-ass
away, you
face.
heard from her friends and family, and some of the things that you even heard in the trial.
I get it
You
back.
got a little peek, just a little peek, about the personality of Laken Riley. For example, in Lily's 911 call, one of the things she says is, Laken never misses class. Never misses class. That's the kind of person she was. And in our review of all the evidence in this case, some of the things we had to look at were the social media presence of everyone, and there was a lot of digital evidence in this case. And the review of the digital evidence, I want to share with you just some of it, which has been marked State Exhibit 336, is that Laken was a very joyful and quite silly, playful person. And a lot of that is viewed in her social media.
It kind of reminds you of like Idaho 4, right? Just they're goofing around, doing those little TikTok videos,
And the Ring doorbell. Running. Same race. And these are just little snippets that we saw in the investigation that we thought would be important to share with the court that shows not only the type of person that she was, that you just heard from her friends and family, but the true impact that her murder had on her parents. But more than that, one of the things that the court is permitted to consider in victim impact testimony is the impact that her death has on this community. And in that regard, the investigative team has spent a great deal of time out there at the crime scene, Lake Herrick, all of those trails, and looking for things, measuring things, just going about the daily jobs of homicide investigators and homicide prosecutors. And one thing that we noticed that's still there is States 335. It's a mural, a memorial to Laken Riley that is still up there to this day that shows the impact of her death on this community. And that is something that Your Honor is permitted to consider in deciding what would be an appropriate sentence in this case. And everyone is correct, and I'm sure we'll hear it. Whatever you do, Judge, you can't bring her back, and it's horrible. But what you can do is give comfort with your sentence. And what you can do, and what you are permitted to do, and what I...
See this guy right over here? He's a serial killer in waiting. This guy, there's no way in hell. This guy was just going to keep doing this over and over and over again. And he's probably already killed people in Venezuela before he got here. I mean, it's crazy. Just look at him over there. He's almost like a sociopath, like he just doesn't give a shit.
And what I urge this court to do, and what the law permits this court to do, is to exercise your discretion
right now
and your judgment in a way that brings comfort
he's
to this
getting
community.
sentenced in about 10 minutes.
And in a way that a sentence which appropriately reflects the harm that was done in this case. And a sentence of life without the possibility of parole would bring comfort to this community. And no matter what your sentence is today, and it will be litigated from here to 40 years from now, there is at least one person in this courtroom who will inherit it. And that is Lauren Phillips. That is Laken's younger sister. And she should never, first of all, she's growing up without her sister. She's going to have to deal with elderly parents alone. Her children won't have an aunt. She is an only child. And she should not have to worry 30 years from now, 40 years from now, if he comes up for parole, should he might get out. She should never have to worry about that. And your sentence can ensure that she will not have to worry about that. And so in looking at the indictment in this case, count one, the offense of malice murder, which this defendant has been found guilty of, in this particular case carries a maximum sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. It carries a minimum sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The state is requesting that you sentence this defendant to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, not only due to the victim impact testimony, but also because if you read the indictment, which you have, obviously, and you're familiar with the facts of the case because you've heard the case.
And I say that mainly because you see how he was going to go to the other house first? And he just had this, he was compelled to gratify himself sexually. I mean, so he goes to the other apartment first over and over again. Then that doesn't work out. Then the cops show up to that one. Then he goes like 150 yards in the woods over here and attacks somebody else because he just can't control himself. That's exactly what this guy is, man. He would have been I think he's a serial killer because he was going to kill whoever he's going to do this to. I mean, you have to have the requisite number, and we don't know of any other cases, but that's what this guy was going to be.
There are several statutory aggravators in this case that separates this case from a regular murder case. And yes, there is malice murder.
I mean, it wasn't like, something went wrong and he killed, he hit on her and she was mean and then he killed her, some sort of one-off event in somebody's life. He was literally trying to get into somebody else's apartment just before that.
Murder, and all malice murder is bad. I'm not saying there's a malice murder that isn't bad, but there are some malice murders which are more aggravated than others, and this is one of them. Kidnapping with bodily injury, which is the felony murder in count 2, which by the way would be vacated as a matter of law, but not the kidnapping itself, which is count 5. But kidnapping with bodily injury is an aggravating statutory factor under our sentencing scheme in the state of Georgia. It makes malice murder worse than regular murder. And for that reason alone, you should sentence this defendant to life without the possibility of parole. Aggravated battery, which is also in this indictment and which is also the facts and it's also something he's been convicted of, is also a statutory aggravator under our statutory scheme, which makes this murder different and worse.
You know, he has this like blank look on his face. Is that the same face you had, or did he have some angrier looking face? I kind of pictured him just looking like that. Like he didn't change at all. I haven't seen him make any other faces other than this right here during this entire trial. He looks just like that. I bet you when he was killing Laken, he looked just like that right there.
Than a regular malice murder. So there are aggravating circumstances, which you have already heard, which I will not repeat to
Yeah, I watched it earlier today too. I'm just playing it for the people who wanted to watch it.
you, but they're not only recognized by the facts, but are recognized by our statutory sentencing scheme. So going down the rest of the indictment, felony murder count 2 is vacated as a matter of law. Felony murder count 3 would be vacated as a matter of law. Felony murder count 4 would be vacated as a matter of law. On count 5, kidnapping with bodily injury, the state is asking you to sentence this defendant to a sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole, which is the maximum for that count. And we are going to ask that you run that consecutive to count 1, a sentence of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for the malice murder. Count 6 is aggravated assault with intent to rape. It does not merge. In fact, it is a separate crime under these circumstances. The penalty for that is 1 to 20 years in prison. The state would be asking you to sentence this defendant to 20 years to serve in prison. Count 7 of the indictment, the aggravated battery, would merge as a matter of law into count 1, so we would not request a sentence on that count. Count 8, obstruction or hindering a person making an emergency telephone call, is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that is 12 months to serve in a county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive.
Well, we're getting near the end of the show. If you're out there, you guys, you want to help support the channel, that'd be great. Put a comment in a super chat. Don't have too many more minutes left, maybe 15, 20.
To any other sentence that you impose in this case. Count 9, tampering with evidence, the way that it is actually alleged in the indictment, and factually it is a misdemeanor. So the maximum for that is 12 months to serve in the county jail. We ask that you sentence him to that and run it consecutive to any other sentence that you impose in this case. And finally, count 10 of the indictment, peeping Tom, is a felony which carries a penalty between 1 to 5 years in prison. We ask that you sentence him to 5 years to serve in prison to run consecutive to count 1. So to sum it up on the sentence would be on count 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Count 5, life imprisonment with the possibility of parole to run consecutive to count 1. Count 6, 20 years to serve to run consecutive. Count 7 will merge. Count 8, 12 months to serve to run consecutive. Count 9, 12 months to serve to run consecutive. And count 10, 5 years to serve to run consecutive. And that is the sentence that the state is requesting.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So obviously the court is aware that on counts.
Yeah, I think she's good.
Well, count 1, there's really only 2 options for the court. It's an automatic life sentence. The only option is whether the court can indicate that it should be without the possibility of future parole. We're asking the court to not impose that. The life without parole. Because getting a life sentence is automatic. There's certainly no guarantee of parole. And would be uncertain, and would be many decades in the future. And we do not oppose the state's recommendation that the life sentence, which is also mandatory on count 5, be made consecutive.
Hey, thanks Danielle on
certainly
Venmo.
The obvious trust that the court will not consider for sentencing purposes the fact that Mr. Law had a trial. The defense has made every attempt, made every effort to do its job, to pursue this process in a way to respect both the process itself and also to not cause any disrespect toward the feelings of Ms. Riley's loved ones.
Listen to this garbage.
Anything like that has happened, it certainly was not intended. And the defense is not immune to the sensitivity of this case. Again, to not only her loved ones, but to the greater community. The state's request is not unexpected to us. We anticipated that. It is certainly understandable. And there is, though, a divide there. The state, while it is understandable the request that they make, the court, there is some separation given here in this process, and the court will be the one to oppose it. So our request that you give consecutive life sentences on count 1 and count 5. We have no position.
By the way, don't you feel sort of bad for these defense attorneys in this case? This guy seems like a normal dude. He's not like the trash we see on YouTube. But this guy is, they're given, they have to, like they were, obviously this guy can't afford a damn thing, so they were appointed, and they are like compelled to they have to defend this pile of crap, and they know that, you know. But I thought it sucked when he requested that he get parole someday, but with the stipulation that he get sent back to his country. Come on. Hey, thanks, Mama 457 Rose. Laken got justice today. Praise God. Yeah.
Counsel. A message that to
Thank you.
whatever future custodian of Mr. Ibarra as to the gravity of this crime and the gravity of the situation. That the court has expressed intention for.
These guys did about the bare minimum. There was nothing they had to go on, by the way. These defense attorneys had nothing. You know, smoke and mirror shit. Hey, maybe it was the brother. You know, it's just.
You know, it's obviously a legal fiction that he would serve 2 life sentences behind bars.
Oh, and then he didn't assault. He didn't sexually assault her.
But the law allows that, and it does. You know, it sends that message to the future custodians as to the gravity. But the withholding of the life without parole aspect of count 1 would at least give Mr. Ibarra the sliver of incentive to reflect and conduct himself with some recognition of that reflection. The state agency and the staff of that agency who will be tasked with supervising his custody will have the opportunity to monitor him closely.
That's right, Lisa.
Many years, many decades into the future, and it's impossible to know the future, obviously. But by imposing life sentences without removing the future custodians to the ability to do their job is our request at this time. And we also would point out that given his status, there is an immigration hold that were he ever in the future to be released, it would only to be deported. And that's all I have. Within the discretion of the court. Thank you.
Anybody there? Is anybody out there? I can't see anybody. Is there
Before I announce the
anybody
sentence,
out
let me,
there?
I just have a couple of
Anybody
thoughts.
out
One
there?
is,
Testing. Hello.
oftentimes people use the term closure at an
I
event
have the
like
water.
this, and I acknowledge that there's no such thing as closure. There will not be closure.
Yes. So when he said that earlier, I was like, now that made me think, yeah, there's no such thing as closure. And then I thought of a better, and he said something about like
this is just another stage or event in this.
Yeah, stage or event, but I thought, no, I think it's like
in this tragedy.
And so he said, so I was thinking, I've always referred it to kind of like a book, you know, but that's when I came up with my new sentence. Don't you think that would be a cool mug, you guys? There is no such thing as closure. So it goes, there's no such thing as closure, only the completion of chapters in the infinite book of tragedy. Oh, man, I think that'd be cool. You think it'd be better on a t-shirt? I think it'd be better on a mug. Something like that. Inside the freak heart, something like that.
No, that's the way I
have the freak heart and have that written in the inside, maybe in white.
View that. People mean well by saying that, but it's
hey, thanks, Sandy Shirley.
I've heard it explained that when you have something like this that impacts one or many,
now I think it's good on a mug.
You even have to make a conscious effort to breathe at sometimes, and that just comes on you at any particular. You just don't know what's going to bring it on you.
So I think that's what Zozo is probably feeling like recently. She said she's getting a little bit better now, but
you realize that you do make it through the day, but you don't know how you did it. But I also, and this goes back to what Kerry Howell was saying, that as many times as you reflect on the loss, at some point you start smiling about the memories. And I'm hopeful that at some point that takes over to a certain extent. But there's very little, including the sentence of Mr. Ibarra, that's going to help much, and I acknowledge that. With that, Mr. Ibarra, if you'll please stand. Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. Count 2 will be vacated as a matter of operation of law. Count 3, vacated by operation of law. Count 4.
Yeah, because he just
of
got
law.
convicted of the highest of the 4.
Count 5, life in prison consecutive to count 1. Count 6, 20 years to serve consecutive to count 5. Count 7 will merge with count 1. Count 8, 12 months consecutive to count 6. Strike that. 12 months, but I don't want it to 6. This just will be consecutive. Count 9, 12 months consecutive. Count 10, 5 years consecutive to count 6.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be life in prison,
So that
even
would
with the
mean
ones that are not the life in prison.
misdemeanors would come after the felonies. That will be the sentence. Mr. Barr, I'll advise you that you have 30 days from today to seek any post-judgment relief.
I wish he would have said something. He didn't. He kind of disappointed me because he didn't say, look at him and say, "You're one of the most disgusting people I've ever." That's what I would be doing. If I was up there, I would have looked right at him and said, "You're one of the most disgusting people that I've ever seen in my entire life. I watched you during this trial, and you didn't change your facial expression once, as if what you did was just normal for you." And then go through and then list all the shit, and then do the sentencing.
In the form of a motion for a new trial.
He's probably nervous,
or,
though, the retribution. Somebody will get angry that he...
This case directly. If you make a motion for a new trial and that is denied, you have 30 days from that date to file your first appeal, first level of appeal. Court will appoint a lawyer to represent you if you cannot afford one. I'll also advise you that you have 4 years from the date that your conviction becomes final in order to file a habeas corpus petition. Mr. Donnelly, can you tell me, are you all going to be involved in the next stage?
That remains to be seen, but my understanding is that we will remain on at the court's appointment until unless reviewed by consular counsel.
All right, and you'll make those arrangements.
We will communicate that with Mr. Barr and with the court.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It's going to take a little. Can we take the? Okay, that'll be fine. We can do that.
Everybody remain safe, please.
Yep, that's it. Crazy, huh? A little disappointing. I mean, he got the sentence, but the judge should have, gave his value statement, something about, just trash the guy into oblivion, because that's what he deserved. Let's see. Well, doesn't seem like anybody's here, so I'm going to get the hell out of here. All right. Thanks, everybody. Long show, 4 hours. One of the worst super chat nights we've had in a while, but hey, at least we made a goal. Let's see. Cheryl Bullock, Amber Maiden, Allie K, Laura C, Bama Girl 41, Tito, Sandy Shirley, I'm a DNA Detective, A Blank Slate, Tina G, Charlotte Denny, Cindy J, Free Radical, Tina G, then Jeff Wilson became a new member. Then Irene Cipher. We only had 8 new members today, too. That kind of sucks. As it's been recently, anyway. Michelle H. Then Las Vegas Girl 122. Alley Cake. Michelle H. Amber Maiden gifted a membership. Then Las Vegas Girl 122. Bama Girl 41. Tina Humphrey. Then Kami. Then Sunshine Susie. Mary Steelman. RDW WDR. Herbert Landscaping. Then we had I gifted 5 memberships. Then Alley Cat. Then RDW WDR. Then Michael what was it? Kishel, I think. Vicky White. Jay Case with a cat eye. We also had earlier was there was another one. Oh, Mary Steelman. Yeah, thank you. And then Mama 457 Rose, Sandy Shirley, and Lisa Noir. Oh, right at the end there. Thank you. And also Danielle on Venmo. I think also Susan and Thomas on PayPal. All right. Well, thanks for going through that journey. Maybe we could find some other ones. It's kind of cool going over when I do the speed up trial thing. You just delete all the sidebar, the stuff that if I had more time I could make it even more condensed. But you try to keep as much in there as you can, and you just speed it up to 135, 140%, and you could actually understand them really well. This audio wasn't very. You had terrible audio at this trial. Yeah, so we got 4 days. I mean, it was one of the most obvious cases in the planet, not too far off from Richard Allen. I don't know, it's just so strange to me, this whole Richard Allen obsession of him. It's just one of those ones where it's like, God, didn't you hear him? I did it, Kathy. I did it. Oh, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. But I did. It's just like, how obvious is it? I mean, just even that. And then he tried to use the time when he said, I'll just tell them what they want to hear. But what innocent person would do that? What innocent person in the world would, they're just arrested. And I could see if it was months in, like months later you go, yeah, you're going through hell, Kathy. I'll tell them whatever they need. He tells them on the first, in the Holman interview, he says that, right? Something like that? I don't know. I don't know when exactly he said that. It was somewhere around that time. I believe he said it in the Holman interview, right? Didn't he say, yeah, when his wife was in there, I'll tell them what they want to hear or something like that? Yeah. I don't know. I might be wrong. Maybe it was. But either way, it's just nobody innocent would ever say something like that. You would just go, man, I didn't do this. You got to help me get out of here. Yes, I was on the trail, but I had nothing to do with it. That's what an innocent person does. And they wouldn't even be, you wouldn't have needed to be, you wouldn't feel the way he felt. I mean, I think it's the anger, not the anger, the guilt that he had for killing the girls is where he was in sort of a weird state of mind because he knew he did it. I mean, imagine if you're innocent and being put in that same situation. You'd probably spend every single day on your iPad or whatever trying to figure out, like, on your own almost, like, hey, what the hell's going on? Okay, could it be this? It's just, he didn't do any of that stuff. Instead, he tried to tell everybody over and over and over again that he did it. You get it? I mean, that's all he did. I don't understand how these psychos out there they're trying to, they think that a killer of 2 kids got screwed over. And no, he didn't. Yeah, I think, maybe Anguish. It's kind of similar. Yeah, he's just like, Richard Allen, I mean, like I said before, my theory is that he probably started watching, getting really into like porn and probably even young people in the porn, and he was watching it. Now, whether he got that information on the Dropbox account, I don't know. But I think that of Keegan Kline, I don't know. I don't know why he was in a hurry that day. But nobody seems to know the answer to that question. But he was somebody that just got addicted to that stuff and thought he'd go out there and he would, It's interesting because, sometimes I think, okay, he went there, he knew he was going to kill them. I think he did, actually. I think he always knew that he was going to be killing them. That's why he brought the knife and the gun. But what made him want to do that, like jump to that level? I mean, do you think it possibly could be that he was going to try to just assault them and let them go? But see, to me, it seems like he said he was selfish and he killed them to preserve himself. So that element would have taken place regardless. So for me, I think he was going to kill whoever was out there, which is kind of strange that day that he wanted to, we've forgotten over it a million times. I mean, I know it's either opportunity or he was there specifically for them knowing that they were going to be there. Yeah. But I think he was just somebody that was sexually driven. Then that day, he either found out that they were going to be there or just knew that there'd be people there because perhaps he knew that there was a day off from school. So then he instead of going to lunch with his mother, he goes, going home. And he told, the story's accurate. Like he even told in another interview information about, he told, I think, Liggett, that he went home. He went to visit his mom, and then he went home, and then he got a coat and went to the bridge. But in the confession, he says he went to his mother's house, and then he decided not to go to lunch with them, and then he, on the way home, bought a 6-pack, drank 3 at home, got his jacket, and then now he got this sex-crazed wacko out there who's got a buzz going, and I think he killed, he eventually just decided he was going to kill them to protect himself. And then now he gets 5 years. He's sitting around wasting away, like, as I always say, Smeagol in The Lord of the Rings, how he turned into Gollum. Just kind of, the ring was the guilt, like I killed somebody kind of feeling he had. It was eating him away. And then he thought he got away with it. And then 5.5 years later, he gets arrested. He is sort of saying, I didn't do it. I would never admit to something I didn't do. Then he gets put into jail, and the jail wasn't sufficient to protect him, so they put him in a prison and his own cell, and he was able to have a iPad and all these kind of things. And then he started reading, and he got religious, and then he decided, I'm going to unburden myself. And so he, when he was talking to his wife and mother, he confessed. And over again he confessed. He just wanted them to believe him. And, like I said the other day, it was kind of cool to see the revelation of, he said that he wanted to confess to them, but he wanted to make sure that they would still love him if he confessed to them. But their answers never really, the first many times he said it, their answers didn't give him that answer. They would say, I killed him. You still love me? Yes, we love you, but you didn't do it. That means what they're saying to him is, I might not love you if you actually killed them. That's why I'm saying you didn't kill them, but I love you. So he's like, and then finally he said, do you love me? And she said, yes. And he goes, regardless, because now he wants to get the answer. This is to the mom. And she said, yeah, I love you no matter what, And but she goes, but don't talk to me like this. We don't think you did it, blah, 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 blah. And then it just goes on and on and on. This case should have never gone to trial, to be honest with you. But the defense team said, ooh, we can make names for ourselves. And we can try to squeeze in this information about Odinist and all this other crap. And it's just, I don't know, man. I think it's just totally, that's exactly, I think what I just said is exactly how it was. You know, just based on all the information over the years, it's just, it is what it is. The only piece of the puzzle for me that's missing is, how did he, if he was there specifically for Abby and Libby, how did he know that they were there? And if he didn't know that they were there, how come he seemed like he was on a mission heading towards the bridge? And then why did Betsy Blair have the sense that he was waiting for somebody, but she wasn't the person? You know? There's all these things, you know, that make you wonder. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if it's... my thing is, you're trying to make it seem... See, my original theories in Richard Allen was that he was there hunting for 5.5 years, I would say. He was out there hunting for a victim. And Abby and Libby just happened to be somebody he was watching, and they fell into a trap that he had thought about. That if somebody went across that bridge, he could then take them across the bridge. And he was watching and waiting, looking in both directions. He was standing on that platform for 7 or 8 minutes by himself, so he knew nobody was on the other end of the bridge. So those are my original thoughts, you know, and that could still be what the reality is. But there's a lot of people that are sort of newer to the case, and they don't understand the Keegan-Kline connection, and like it just seems like there's something that's missing in this story. I mean, it's absolutely incredible that Richard Allen goes to, 3 miles north of Peru, Indiana, the same place Keegan-Kline lives, on the same morning of the killing. It's almost mind-boggling. And then, what was he really doing in that area? Was he actually at his mom's house? Or was he somewhere else, having somebody tell him something? Come on, Danielle, you're not paying attention. I can tell. Anyways, I don't even know what that comment even means to what I was saying. Doesn't mean anything. Let's see. Those defense lawyers did not look out for their client's best interest. Yeah, they were just looking for a big case. No, that's not what I'm talking about, Danielle. That's what I'm saying. It didn't fit anything that I said. The thing that's missing is why, Richard Allen, he seemed in a hurry. Like he didn't want to go to lunch with his mom, and he goes home and he drinks some beers really quick, and then he grabs his jacket and he goes to the thing, he has his head down and he's hustling to get to a certain spot. And law enforcement always thought that Abby and Libby were targeted, even at the very beginning. So if Richard Allen knew they were there, how did he know that? Because Libby looks just like Libby could have looked. I mean, not Libby. I mean, his daughter looked like what Libby could have looked like. I'm pretty tired right now. Yeah. I wasn't thinking about Odinus at that point. I'm literally telling you, the Odinus have nothing to do with anything. I'm saying, why did Richard Allen know that he was going to be there? They were going to be there if he did. Yeah, I know. It's funny talking about the Odinus, but I'm not. That had nothing. I mean, that's like, come on. You have to have better timing than that, Danielle. I almost had to do this. All right. Yeah, I always said too, if Richard Allen was an Odinist, I would believe in the Odinist theory. All right? Even though I think it's all crackpot crap. If you said, well, Richard Allen was one of the Odinists, but you know what? The thing is, Richard Allen's never, well, he was always claiming innocence. And here's the thing. I'm wondering if Richard Allen possibly might talk in the future at some point. Because During this whole time, Richard Allen cannot say anything about anybody else because he hasn't been convicted yet. And if you said anything at all, it would implicate him. So when he tried to confess, it might have led to more information, if there is any. He could just be a random dude that went there, but man, I sure as hell want to know the reality. I want to know what's... Doesn't everybody want to know the answer to, did you target Abby and Libby? And if so, how did you know they were going to be there? That's the only lingering question that I have. It's a two-parter. If it's no to the first part, then I don't need to know the answer to the second part. But if they were targeted, I want to know why in the hell, how he knew that they were going to be there. That would be insane. And I think that after he's convicted, or not convicted, after he's sentenced, then there's an opportunity after all the appeals run out, because again, even during that time, he can't say anything. When the appeals run out, he might be able to cut some sort of deal where, he wouldn't get any less sentence, but it might be like a better conditions or some shit like that. Now, because he is there at the scene for certain. I mean, I 100%. I believe 100% that he's a killer. I'm just saying there's people out there that go, hey, maybe there's somebody else at the scene. Who the hell knows? We don't know. But if there was, wouldn't he say something? Well, no, not until. Because if he said now, prior, he goes, well, I wasn't the only one there. Okay, you're guilty of murder. I mean, he was there then. Right? So he couldn't say that yet. So let's see where this all starts panning out. It might not lead to a damn thing, you guys. Like maybe if Richard Allen just said, we go, listen, Richard, we get it. You did it, okay? Your all your deals are done. You're just in prison now. Let's talk. We can give you some better accommodations in here. How in the hell did you know that Abby and Libby were going to be there that day? And if he says, I didn't. I just was there and I was looking for a target of opportunity. Then we just go, oh, well, there you go. All right. Because when I talked to one of the investigators about, I don't know, it was during the investigation into the leaked crime scene photos. I told, there's people that had the images and I told them, hey, you need to get a whole, be part of, help figure out where this came from. And I guess it was already going on when I said that, but anyways, they said, when I asked them, is there a connection between Richard Allen and Keegan Kline, he said, we cannot find a connection between them. Now, what does that mean exactly? You can't find one. Couldn't it still be analog? Like I was saying before, Danielle Savoy, that he went over to the, like, let's say he went to Peru, Indiana that morning. And after he left his mom's house, he goes over and meets Keegan or, somebody else, maybe another family member, somebody, for just a couple minutes. And they go, hey, there's these two girls that are going to be at the bridge. I was messaging them earlier. They're going to be at the bridge today. And then he rushes home and he gets his beers, drinks them, and then goes out there waiting for those girls. I think it's possible, too. I was thinking that maybe he did stop at this bench here for a couple, 2 or 3 minutes he sat here. Because he said he sat on a bench where he could see the fish, and there's a bench right there that can look down. You guys must be way behind me or something, because nobody ever responds to anything. Huh? What are you talking about, Carolina? Theories Idaho will use for BK. Oh, that would have been more of a super chat type of a question. That's too much work. Did you hear Gray? He wouldn't answer a question because... Theories. Idaho will use BK. I don't know what that means. His defense is going to be at... I don't even know what you're saying there, to be honest with you. That's what thinking Richard Allen, man, was on the hunt for a very long time. Ibarra is... My God, Caroline. I don't even have any idea what you're typing in there. He put 3 different topics, and they don't really... I can't make them out. There must be a long delay. Let's see. Oh, like a wacko. I see what you're saying. Oh, now I see what Danielle was saying up there. He said, when she said Odinist, that's what one of the wackos would say. Yeah, but man, I don't know, I have to hear it. You have to. This is how that joke works when you say, but Gray. Well, testing. Hey, what's the? I know it seems like he didn't want to do lunch, like he was in a hurry, right? And why the prolific detail on his parking? Well, he didn't have any detail on it. That's the thing. He kept changing up that information. Part of the telling of the interview, and I mean, which part? The detail on his parking? He didn't give him good information. He kept being confused, like evasive on like where he parked. Because you know what? He heard the 2019 press conference that said, he heard it where it said, we'd like to know who the driver of the vehicle that was parked at the abandoned CPS building. Hey, let's do a timing thing. Okay, I'm going to count to 3. And when I say 3, when I'm counting, somebody type a 1 in right and time it so that you're hitting the 1 right as I'm saying 3. Okay, so here we go. 1, 2, 3. Now it's like your guys are like 8 seconds behind. Yeah. Like 8 to 10 seconds behind there. Crazy, huh? All right. Now let's do it again. Now everybody send in a super chat when I do 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Look how that doesn't work quite the same. You know what I mean? It was so easy on that one. Yeah, you guys are like 8 or 10 seconds behind. All right. Let me see what I have it set on here. I have it on... Oh, I need to put it on ultra low latency. This one was on... it was on low latency. Shit. Yeah. Okay. And I'll tell you what it says. So here's what it means. Man, that definitely didn't work quite as well there. I can tell you that. Definitely. I should have had an amount. Okay, now everybody send in. Yeah. That's fake, Lisa. That's not real. What's that? Hey, look at J. Case. He typed it in. That doesn't count, man. Just kidding. Shit. Hasn't shown up. Yeah, I think I need to remember to put it on to ultra low latency. Because normal, low latency you can actually do 360 degree video, if you can believe that. I don't even know how that works. How do you stream 360 degree video? That's just massive file size. Like, for example, it's like 57K, like a huge 5,700 pixels wide per frame. Yeah, so that's the question. Yeah, I don't know what he was saying when he was talking about the parking. Oh. Is that... Oh, he was saying that? I don't remember seeing that. Where did you see that, Danielle? I guess I would need to see that. I'd love to see and hear exactly what he was saying in those interviews. That's what kind of sucks about getting the... Maybe I need to ask that. Does she... When... What I want to know is when somebody's being a stenographer, do they also write down what was said in the interviews in the videos played? Or do you have... But because those aren't going to be released, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How long the parking talk was, like, he just wasn't being specific about it. Interesting. What day is that she talked about that? She was supposed to... I asked her if she could send me something on... Betsy Blair's Fitbit, and she's like, yeah, let me get back to you. I didn't forget, I didn't get back to you, and then I haven't heard back. I'm just not, you know what, I'm not, in her mind, I'm not one of those people. You know what it's like, you guys? Like, sometimes you meet people on the internet, and they're like other creators. Like somebody you might like and somebody you don't like, you know? And I thought she's, I think she's cool and everything. Like, it'd be cool to be friends, but for her, I'm probably like the guy, like, let's say you're dating somebody. I'm just using an example. And a guy's trying to date a girl. And there's a certain point where they don't respond to any of your phone calls or whatever, that you realize that they don't really like you that much. You know what I mean? And that's kind of that's what I'm feeling like. I don't know. It's just that feeling. Like, I've tried to be helpful and like, hey, do this and that, but they just don't respond. But they would definitely respond if it was somebody else. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I feel there. But, she's pretty good at getting those damn notes, I can tell you that. They don't dig you? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's just one of those things. Like, if I was somebody that she was like, wow, oh, hey, man, that great guy, she probably would have went out and found that information as quick as possible. Because that's what I would do if she asked me. If she said, hey, Gray, can you go find me something? I'd probably go out and I'd do it like right at the second she asked. I'd just go find it and send it over there, and but that's where the difference is. If somebody doesn't, so I can't argue with it. Plus, I wasn't very complimentary early on, so maybe that's something to do with that. Don't know. We seem to be past all that shit, but I don't know, KK. I don't know. Like I said, if you have to ask somebody too many times, then there's a certain point when you realize that, like, it was really hard to get her on my show, but she would always go on these other shows all the time, and she just had a few minutes for mine, and then, so those kind of things. It's okay, man. There's people I don't like too, It takes 4 days. Yeah, it has nothing to do with anything, KK. Right. Let's see. Nah, I'm not gonna bug her. Yeah. It's just, when people say stuff like, hey, let me call you back in a few minutes. And then 3 days later you go, man, your few minutes is a hell of a long time. Then they go, oh crap, I was just busy. Well, you know what that means? They just weren't that interested in calling you back, right? Like if, just in the dating world, for example, it's just, it'd be the same way. Like if somebody you just met and you give them your number and then you call them up and they say, well, yeah, let me call you back, I'm busy, and they don't call you back, that means they're not interested, right? Because who the hell would do that? And it's the same thing in the real world. When you like somebody as a person, you'd probably take the time to, I'm just telling you that's how it works. We can all make excuses and say different things, oh, blah, 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 and come up with different yeah, that's just kind of the feeling. I mean, I think she's a cool person and everything. I'm just not one of the ones that she would ever prioritize over. So that's unfortunate. The weird part is, I think I think it would be an amazing combination, because I am, the mapping, the thinking through stuff. I think it'd be cool to, like Lauren's a good reporter, but not really like analyzing the crime. And then her husband's really good at the psychological element of analyzing stuff like that. And then my just going through the scene, if we were all together talking about something like the Idaho 4 case, oh man, I think that would be really interesting. I don't think it'd happen. That's what I think, Danielle. That's exactly what I think. But, it is what it is. Maybe I need to find my own people like that. A psychologist and I think it'd be cool to have like somebody that's like a criminologist and then maybe a forensic psychologist. And then, when I'm doing cases, sometimes bring them on. I don't know, maybe I could get a hold of Joseph Scott Morgan or somebody, have him come on. I'm gonna go take notes for you. Well, I can go there, KK. You're gonna go all the way to the trial? Well, it's gonna be I think it's gonna be streamed, right? Oh yeah, well she's still out there. She's just been really busy with stuff. J case. All kinds of stuff going on. I talked to her just a couple days ago. Chatted with her anyways. Yeah, it'd be cool. Yeah, people like Colleen come on with the DNA. It's what I find really upsetting is like whenever I say, hey, Dr. Colleen Fitzpatrick on, we've had a pretty good crowd the last couple times, but there's times where hardly anybody shows up and it's like, what the hell are you guys? You guys are idiots. I mean, she's like one of the most amazing and easy to understand, DNA experts, and she's pretty much the founder of forensic genetic genealogy, and people aren't willing to just listen for a few minutes. It's really crazy. Frustrating. I mean, all the freaks show up, and I'm talking about the larger group of people. It's kind of disgusting, actually. Yeah. I've been on the same shows with him. Like, there's been a couple times when I've been on Vinny's show, and I'll say something, and he'll go, "Yeah, what Gray said, like it's cool, like more it's collegial." It's funny how people always go, "Well, why do you have Gray on? He's not an expert." Well, what's weird is like, maybe I'm not a quote, like I don't have a piece of paper, but I think I am somewhat of an expert in true crime. Like I actually know what I'm doing. It's weird. It's strange, but I've covered thousands of cases, and just doing that alone gives you different insight, and I think differently than other people. I always have, They always say, Gray, how do you think like that? What happened? And I go, I don't know. Who knows why? Anything. Yeah, and it's not just common sense. Things are common sense, but it's You know, it's hard to explain. I guess what it's weird is, here's what's uncommon: the ability to show people that something is common sense. That's the thing. I have the ability to show people something that is, once they see it, it's common sense, but when they didn't see it, they didn't know that it was common sense, if that makes any sense. But I don't know. You know, I don't know if I have all the lingo and stuff like that, but I think when I look at crimes and the way things are laid out and what's going on, and, you know, if I have a timeline and different pieces of information, it's just easy to figure it all out. I mean, there must be a reason that some of these shows have me on, right? Because somebody's seeing something that, oh, wow, look at that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm a gifted teacher. I scold people. Right, Danielle? Yeah, he'll be happy. I bet he was on Gavin. Who? Who are you talking about? No. Yeah. I've talked to him before. He said he'd come on. See, right, it's like you tilt the angle of things so I can see it. Yeah. Yeah, I've told the story before, but it's sort of like when I was a kid. I guess we lived in Los Angeles. I think we moved when I was like 6 or 7. But we lived in Los Angeles. Oh, I think it was New Mexico, actually, at the time. Because we lived in Los Angeles and then New Mexico, Santa Fe, because my dad was an artist. And then my mom left him and took us in a van all the way to Vancouver, Washington from New Mexico. It's weird. I don't remember the trip, but I remember the van. But now I'm not even sure what the hell I was talking about. Oh yeah, we were driving when we were in New Mexico, and we were driving down the road, and they were like, I was just a little kid, you know, barely 4 or 5 or something. My mom, there was 2 lights in front of us, like a car, and they said, "Hey, look, this is a story my mom always told me." And I look, there's a car up there, and I go, or 2 motorcycles riding side by side. When I was a little kid, like 3 or 4 years old. I was like, yeah, why couldn't it have been? Yeah, so I was just even younger. I don't know. I think intuition is a good word for me. You know, I can sense the trolls quickly based on wording. Sometimes I misread something, and then that was just an error in reading. But yeah. I mean, I've had some weird things too, you know. Like the one time, I've told this before, but my uncle, I think it was my great uncle, he was dying. He had cancer, and my mom earlier in the morning was saying how much he was suffering. He couldn't do this and that and the other thing. I remember going to sleep just really bummed out. Then I woke up happy, like, oh my God, you know, because he passed away, meaning he wasn't suffering anymore. It was like 3:30 in the morning. I mean, I remember I don't remember the time now, but at the time it was something like 3:30. Then I jumped up out of my bed, ran into my brother's room, and I said, "Hey, I think he just passed away. He's not suffering anymore." I don't know why, and it was weird. Then I went back to sleep. Then in the morning, my mom called and said, "Yeah, he died last night." And then I said, "Hey, what time?" She said, 3:30. I mean, it was exactly the same time, you know. So maybe that was just like intuition, you know. It was kind of a weird moment. I've had other times like that. I'm not psychic or anything. It was just, you know, a feeling. Yeah, I don't want you to think that. I'm just saying that's like my channel that I had called Personal Paranormal Experiences. Those are the times where what's that channel even doing? That's weird. I forgot all about that thing. That was that channel where people would tell those one-off stories that they had. You know, wow, this one time I was doing this, I was doing that. And this thing made a sound, and I looked over there, and then, you know those stories. Everybody has at least one of those, right? And then I've told the other one with the balloon with my brother. You know, that was that was the paranormal experience story. For those who haven't heard, I'll tell it you really quick. It was let's see, he died. My brother died in 1986 inside the Theta Chi fraternity. And then they put a plaque on the basketball court outside called the Garrett Hughes Memorial Basketball Court. And then the next year, on his birthday, I was outside in the rain in March. You know, it's March, and I was just shooting baskets. And then all of a sudden, I look up in the sky and I see a dot, kind of a colorful dot or something. Then the dot got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then it turns out I see it's a balloon. Then the balloon floats and lands right in my hand, just off the edge of the basketball court. And it was a big cellophane happy birthday balloon. How crazy is that? On his birthday, in the rain. Why was that balloon even in the air, for God's sakes? That could have gone anywhere, and it lands right in my hand. That's a weird one, right? What are the odds? What are the odds? True story. I actually have people, my friends, who will say, remember that time when the yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was weird. It just... Do I still have that channel? Let me see if I can find that thing. It was called Personal Paranormal. There. And then it was a channel. Filter. Channel. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. That's just called Paranormal Experiences. See, look at these. These were sweet videos, man. It's unfortunate. Look how little shitty views they got. That's why I quit doing it. There's no way I could. I spent hours on these things. I mean, these are freaking amazing. Mine is this one right here. A Message from the Sky. Experienced by Gray Hughes. Begone Shadow Man. Experienced by Paul Yowler. This one was Seven Gates of Hell. Umbrella Minus Woman by Krista Tulloch. I See You. Experienced by Audra. Yeah, Audra. There he is. That was a good one. Put It Back by Ada. She turned in the story. And this one is Begone Shadow Man. That one's sweet. These are 6 years ago. Look how old these things are. I didn't really keep going, but I guess I could show you. Well, we just played that one. How long is this one? That's 21 minutes.
Those were on the ground.
Yeah. Here, I'll put this in here. It's crazy, though.
You know, mainly Easter.
This guy's telling a story.
Christmas days.
I'll move it forward, but look.
It's going to make some noise. So that's always pretty much happened. Wanted to, she can go into my daughter's room, but she would always be kind of looking at this wall next to a window, and she'd just bark. So I'd always get her to stop. And probably 8-year life expectancy, or maybe there's, since it is kind of the basement or a little bit below ground, maybe she's hearing something.
Oh yeah, look at watch.
Somewhat asleep, but it's
definitely saw these
there,
shadows like
close to the TV,
like that,
and it's right there. I see it. Went
wow.
It was on the wall of probably foot and a half above the TV. I mean, it seems,
That's sweet, man.
if I were to guesstimate a height here, maybe 9 foot in total.
Wow. And the feet were right on the wall, too. And the head was, so basically just from the ground almost all the way to the ceiling, right?
Why did I see a shadow? Was somebody else up? Did one of the kids get up down there for her?
Anyways, if you guys want to go watch these, here you go. I'll put the link in here in the description. You guys can go check them out. All right, that's a video link, but you can go to the channel. How many subscribers? Probably 5. Oh, 2,000. Yeah. Hardly anybody. There's the channel. Yeah, they're pretty creepy. I guess this is a live stream right here, right?
Like in overalls and...
Oh, that's right. People would call in and tell their stories. That was good stuff. Let me see how many lives we did. Oh, yeah. So these are all live streams we did. Look at February 15th, 2019. I didn't have a hat on in that one, you guys. Look at that.
And all of a sudden, the air is bristling with electric energy. Yeah, and she knows.
So what people would do is they call in and tell their stories, and then I'd use Google Earth as they were talking, and I'd show where on the map everything was. That was pretty fun. Hey, look at there it is. I don't have a hat on in that picture. They just, like I said, they do it because I still radio on my pre-pandemic days, huh? When was the first one here? January 18th, 2019. Personal paranormal experience. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Maybe I'll try to go on there again one of these days. I don't know. I forgot all about this. It's crazy. I don't even know how to log into it, or I guess I could try to figure it out somehow. Anyways, that's gonna do it. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to Cheryl Bullock, Amber Maiden, Allie Cake, Laura C. I think I already thanked all the. This is from the previous show. How about this one? Michelle H, Amber Maiden, Las Vegas Girl 122. We had Mary Steelman, RDW. I get the 5. I think we're down here. And Jay Case came along. Mama 457 Rose, Sandy Shirley, Lisa Noir 23, and Vicky White, and Michael Krischel. There you go. I think I thanked everybody on the previous one. Mary Streelman. And then I said, hey, you guys want to watch the rest of that? All right, you guys. Well, thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate it. And, yeah. Maybe I should reactivate this thing. I don't know. It doesn't really fit into, because I don't believe in, psychics and all that shit, and true crime. You know? And the thing is these are just stories that people have that are interesting. You know, wow. Explain that. That's pretty interesting. That's it. You know, I don't like it when somebody goes, oh, I see ghosts all the time. Let me tell you about this one time. Okay, forget it. I want those ones where they're skeptical people, like that Paul Yowler guy. He was as skeptical as you can get, and then all of a sudden, you know, he saw this whatever he was seeing and totally believed in it after that. So that's what I would be more interested in. You know what I'm saying? All right. I don't know what quantum physics aspect of anything I was saying was, but sure, sounds great. Anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys later. What a long night, all over the place too. 4 hours and 49 minutes. Thanks for being here, and as always say, until next time, Be safe out there. Hey, good to see you, Jay Case, in here. Yeah, I saw that Jay Case he thinks differently too. Yeah, right. All right, thanks everybody. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Thank you, freaks, for being here tonight. Here's my nectar. Professor Gragel's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temper fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. Alright, everybody? Talk to you later. It was a cold winter night, January 19th, 2017. When Danielle Savoy snuck through the backyard of a crazy neighbor's house. What did she see back there? We have no idea.
Bitch, please.
Let me play. I'm gonna play every single one of my sound effects. Let's see what they sound like. Okay, here we go. Alright, here we go. Let's see. Every single one of them. As we're again.
I'm fired out of midnight, 10 down, 15.
Okay, we got that.
You know, that's just one step above stupid. Have you lost the last 3 brain
Every one of them.
cells?
Here we go.
Or do you just have cabbage for brains? This guy may be like the dumbest person on the face of the earth. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Did you hear what I said? There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
You'll sleep
5
just
brain
fine,
cells,
Danielle.
4 aren't working.
All right.
Stupid is being nice. You're an absolute moron.
I should play that for the break music sometime. I like this one. Don't you guys? When it starts kicking in here. There we go. Remember that one? I forgot about this one. Bop, bop. All right, then.
Huh? It's the house!
All right, next one.
Evil can never be dead enough.
Zozo hates this guy. Next one.
And some of you make shit up.
Then this one. Does it work? Let's see.
Hey, Allah, hey, Allah,
Be right back, everybody. Enjoy the elevator music. That's when I'm chewing on an apple. Or biting one. That's me banging my head against the wall. That's flushing after I go to the bathroom and I forget to flush the toilet. Chewbacca!
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Hello?
Oh, shut up, Mary Lou.
They're coming to take me away.
I don't really play that one too much. Maybe I should do that when the trolls come in.
Okay, bye. Bitch, please.
Dude. Oh my god. Awkward.
Drama.
Those are perfect. Those are my Halloween ones.
Don't ask dumbass questions. Don't ask dumbass questions.
Are you angry at me?
Oh, remember that one?
Are you angry at me?
I should do that one more.
Are you angry at me?
Whoa. Okay, now.
And Grits for Brains here shoots him. Did you hear what I said?
Breaking up is hard to do.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of pussy.
Well, that was like A Day in a Life by the Beatles. Right? Right at the end. I read the news today. Oh boy. Right here, watch it. There it goes. Woke up, fell out a bit. Yeah, that's so good.
And boom goes the dynamite. And boom goes the dynamite.
Man, you guys got to, if you're ever bored, just go watch And Boom Goes the Dynamite. That poor guy. Hey! I like that.
They call the rising sun.
Correct.
I'm not a big fan of his brain.
That's right, we just got that one.
I'm not a big fan of his brain.
That was the Trump one. That's pretty good.
I'm not a big fan of his brain.
1.21 gigawatts.
Hey, where's Jim Law?
What the hell is a gigawatt?
Those are 2 sound effects just for them. Alright, well there you go, everybody. Those are all the sound effects that I've got in there. I'm sure we can come up with a lot more, but and Grits for Brain shoots him. Did you hear what I said?